We should be going live in a second here. Should be. Should be going live in a second here. Uh-huh. Wrong microphone. Should be. Alright. Well, that'll be fine. Let's fix the new. Boom. Got the right mic up. Getting the game up. We have some semifinals. Warhammer 3 is being buggy. Stop being buggy. And I will message Swarv. So we're setting up some semifinals. In just a second. Gonna let people filter in. Stream for semifinal. Please. Okay. Yep, just getting this new up and running so people know that we're live and we're vibing. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, grab something to drink, BRB. I'm back. Let's go. What up? Hey, Kiara. Hey, World Beater. How you doing? So, we have some shit to show you. Swarv and Dactor are up first. Cool, cool. You are up first. Can you get a lobby up? So to look at the bracket for today, there's a lot going on, so I'll take you over to the left screen. Boom. This is the Skaven Slave through Clanrat version of the Vermin League. We have another tournament that starts in an hour from now, but it started 2 hours after the Skaven Slave one for Stormvermin through Grey Seer. I'm technically in this one, but I don't think I'll be playing today because I'm most likely going to still be casting semifinals and finals of the Skaven Slave and Clanrat League, so I'll just drop out. A lot of good players up there. This is experimental. We're trying to separate the things because some people that are newer got upset for like, every time I play a tournament, I face friggin' Anticity round 1 and I get knocked out. And it's like, okay, well, we'll separate it by the Vermin League ranks. So this is for any new player that isn't a part of the Vermin League at all or Skaven Slaves and Clanrat level. Today we had Magic Yang play. Challenge had a weird glitch where it signed him up twice, so I just put him against himself and whichever account was real, which turns out was the one without the 44. He can advance that one, and he knocked himself out, obviously. He fought Gerardo, won there. We're waiting for Captain Morgan versus World Beater, but on the bottom side we are ready to go with Swarv defeating Pugnabone and Dactor defeating Samarak. So we'll be starting off today with Swarv versus Dactor. And I'll take you back to the game as I check some DMs just in case. Just in case there are issues, but there weren't any. He said lobby is called Swarv. Alright, I need a spectator slot. So, there's other exciting stuff today. I am very excited. You want to know why I'm excited? Coops, that's just the Warhammer tournament work you sometimes get being a really good player. Yeah. But you want to see something? You want to see some shit? Spectate 1, 2, 3. I need a blocker. And then I'm going to show you guys something I've been working on all morning. I am so excited for it. And if you think it's stupid and you're like, hey, this is a stupid thing, you're a dumb, stupid man, well, too bad, because I'm so dumb, nerdy. So it's done. It's done. This is going to go on the end of every video I start releasing from now on. It's going to go at the end. And I hired an artist to do the visuals, and then the hummus rat himself, did some audio work. I think you can tell it's going to be great. I'm so excited. I'm just giddy with glee and joy right now. Here it is. Roar! Look at him go roar. Subscribe, yes, yes. I love it. I love it. Can I get to play again? Roar. Subscribe, yes, yes. I love it so much. The knife sound came out so good. Listen to that knife. Roar. Oh, it's so good. Subscribe, yes, yes. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. That animation is amazing. Yeah, he did a really good job. He did a really good job. He was initially going to do the sound as well, the sound design, but he kind of... And he did a great job. I'm not trying to say this to be mean to him. I'm just telling you what happened. He did get in a little over his head with how much he was signing up for. Like, he didn't think it would be very hard, and then he just ended up... Like, he's like, God, I've been working on this for like 2 weeks to get it right, and the amount we were paying for it, which I guess... I don't know. People usually don't talk about that stuff, so I guess I won't, but I don't usually care too much about that kind of thing. Anyway, he's like, for the amount, we would have to increase the price and all this stuff, and I was just like, no, I can do the audio work. You've done a great job on visuals, and that makes sense. Because, like, I met this guy on Reddit. I just posted on, like, I think it was commissions or hungry artists or something, but there's a million subreddits for artists looking for work, so it's not that hard to find them. And, you know, he gave me a price that was really low for this kind of work, so I was already like, you sure? And he's like, oh, yeah, this will be super simple. And then it took him, like, 2 or 3 weeks longer than he thought it would and all this stuff. And he's like, hey, I hate to ask for more money. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I think you lowballed yourself. I'll do the audio work. So it went pretty well. I'm giddy. I'm as giddy as a schoolgirl. You have no idea. All right, we're getting set up. I don't know where Swarv is. I'll go look for him. All right, we're missing Swarv at the moment. Where's Swarv? The Swarv machine broke? I have no idea. Dactyr. I am also looking for Swarv. We'll give him a second. I also have the intro I didn't play. So I guess we'll do that. We'll do the intro. Where is that thing? Is it still on the desktop? No. Where did I put the intro? There it is. There. We did the intro video, and like magic, Swarv is here. All things are planned. This is the hand theme for Fury. It is from Fury. Love that game, love that soundtrack, and so far it hasn't gotten me demonetized, so we'll find out in the future. You might actually die at your computer if you see another blob today. Me too, Dactor. Me too. But we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, the other tournament's check-ins have started, so I can ping those fools and see if they're ready to play today. As I unregistered myself from that tournament because I will be casting this one, so I obviously can't play in it. So we need Coops, Bobman. Who else was in there? Renless was in there. I know that. Oh god, Zep was in there. There, I'll just move this slightly so I can see everybody. Llama, Rest, WWD, Zip, and GGX Spartan. Is that everybody? Four. I'm missing someone. Lord Canerchin. Storm. Dactor has never played Tzeentch before, like ever. Fun fact for the stream. Alright, Dactor. Let's find out. How's he gonna handle it? How's your Khorne versus Nurgle lifestyle going, Dactor? Samarek, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Why rip? Why rest in peace? What's happening? Time check in only 1 minute before it starts to make World Beater proud. Thanks, Zeb. Coops, give you 5 minutes. You have an hour. I was just letting you know. You have an hour. You'll be fine. Top side of the bracket, World Beater is still fighting Captain Morgan to figure out who will fight Magic Yang in the other semifinal. And this is good. Khorne versus Tzeentch, like, on paper, could be interesting. The problem with it is just very obvious Lord sniping, and, like, one faction has Furies, Screamers, or whatever, Doom Knights, 2 different flying lords with different flying mounts, a ton of spells, all this stuff. And the other side has a flying, very expensive lord, a flying, very expensive single entity, and Furies. That's it. And also, like we saw on Turn's stream, there is a Random Nix build who's in the chat right now, friggin' Random Nix, where apparently if you just spam Spawn Forsaken, blob them as tight as possible, you can just outgrind Khorne in the melee and just beat him with this blob of shields and mass. That was very interactive, Random Nix, and very fun to fight, Random Nix. That was very funny. That was funny. Llama pinged me. I don't know why, but hey, Llama. Just Bob as Tzeentch. You're literally playing against Khorne who has nothing into blobs. Yeah. Random Nix's blob is pretty intense. I think Khorne either needs his his the amount of kills he needs for his stupid abilities reduced by like a lot, or he needs a different army passive because it is so stupid that you have to get kills for that thing. Because then it's just like, I wonder, how do I beat Khorne? What if I take almost no models? What if I take almost no models so he can't get his army passive? And then I blob them all together so you can't even punish him with his army passive. Freaking degens. I don't know. There's a lot of, like, Random Nix is talking about it in the chat a little bit, but there's a lot of things that incentivize blobbing with the current design of the factions that are in this game. Like, not a prevalence of skirmish cav, ranged units tend to suck, and not a lot of factions even have good ranged units. There's a lot of problems with monstrous infantry at the moment, so single entities that get surrounded very rarely get beaten to death. So, it's just annoying. Someone was talking to me in one of my YouTube comments on that snow leopard video where the snow leopard just gets run down and beaten to death by a stonehorn. Yeah. And someone was saying monstrous infantry aren't supposed to be good against single entities. Single entities destroy monstrous infantries for this, and this reason. And I was like, okay, I mean, sure, that's whatever. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. Because he was talking about campaign stuff, and it's like, yeah, but in multiplayer, when funds are limited, it is extremely useful to surround a single entity with monstrous infantry so they can't move, and then you fight them like 8v1. But in this game currently, there's issues where sometimes when you surround single entities, especially with Ogre Bulls, they'll surround single entities and then just stand around and they're like, hey, boss, we surrounded him. What do we do now? And you're like, hit him. And they're like, oh, I don't wanna. And you're like, hit him. Like, I don't wanna. And then they all die. Melee only faction with no magic to punish blobbing doesn't really work versus good players, I think. At least once all the factions are in the game. Yeah. Because blobbing will be infinitely less effective against... I mean, it's less effective against vampire counts because vampire counts are the kings of blobbing. They were the OG kings of blobbing. But yes, they will outgrind any blob because that's just their style. There's a lot of factions with skirmish cav. There's a lot of factions with good chariots, not just Kislev. Like high elves have really good chariots. Greenskins have a lot of super cheap archers. They can just shoot blobs. Like, a lot of the Game 2 and Game 1 factions are so diverse that they can deal with blobs, or the Game 1 factions. There's so many factions that are, like, no ranged or almost no ranged. Like, yeah, Khorne has hell cannons, technically, and his soul grinders technically shoot stuff, but it's not ranged. Nurgle technically has a soul grinder that does, like, a mortar, but it's not ranged. You know what I mean? So then actually literally has no range. So then it's like, alright, almost half the factions have no ranged. Wonder why blobs are happening. Kind of weird. Weird that blobs are taking over. And Spirit Leech got nerfed against single entities. Final Transmutation got nerfed against single entities. Any of the new Spirit Leech type spells aren't very good. They're very expensive and don't do a lot of damage to single entities. So it's just like, there's nothing in this game to kill single entities besides other single entities. Why did single entity blobs keep happening? I don't know. Kind of strange, isn't it? I digress. Well, finished my game. World Beater, did you win? World Beater, you won! Nice job. Nice job, buddy. Proud of you. I'm getting pinged. Why? Is it important? Sorry, I just need to see if like someone's like, this person's cheating for this reason. Nope. Okay, I'll check it later. Anyway, I digress. So for Dactyr, we have the Air Snipe Squad, double Burning Chariot of Tzeentch, a Herald of Tzeentch with metal, Final Trans, and Searing Doom. Then we have double Doom Knights. That is a very bold investment in the sky. On the ground, we have 2 Forsaken and 2 Spawn. For Swarv's side, we do have 2 Fleshhounds of Khorne, we have 2 Furies, we have Bloodletters, Chaos Warriors with Halberds, more Chaos Warriors with Halberds, Bloodletters, more Fleshhounds, Dogs. Are those exalted? Nope, just other Bloodletters. And we have a couple Spawn, some Cultists. So both of the Herald of Khorne and the Cultists are pretty much dead. We can just write them off. But I have tried this before as Tzeentch. It feels very good at first. It feels very, very good to snipe out the Cultist. Woohoo, good job. And then you snipe out the Herald of Khorne. There's not a lot Khorne can do about that. But my experience at over-investing in the sky is then you just run out of punch. and in the late game, the rest of the Khorne army just grinds you down. So I've tried this before, and it didn't really work for me. We'll see how it goes for Dactyr. We'll see. Because there's, like, nothing to sit and bump and grind. You have 2 spawn and 2 Forsaken. Alright, good job. There's a lot of stuff down here. He's gonna have to kill 900 models. And his chariots, that's a big thing, is the Herald of Khorne's still full health. These chariots have used about a third of their ammunition. They're gonna use most of that ammunition killing off the Herald of Khorne, and then they're just a shitty, pretty bad at melee single entity chariot. It's pretty bad. Wait for me, but build armies for game 1 so we can just roll. Alright. The Herald of Khorne sniping has begun. Now we did run into some trees, partially because the trees will block some of the fire, partially because he can juke down there and sometimes the trees will block the fire. I think I said that twice, but if I didn't, then okay. And the other thing that, like, I don't know if he's doing this intentionally, but sometimes the jankiness of the single entities on the trees, you can see, the trees are bumping him around so much that the AI can't predict where his model's going to be, and he's wasting a lot of ammo. So this is going very well for Swarv. I know it doesn't look like it's going very well for Swarv, but this is going about as well as you could hope for Swarv. See there, a volley actually hit, and you can see how much frickin' damage it did to him. Final Trans is coming in from Dactyr. It's going to hit these units. That's a decent cast, but there's a lot of units not getting hit. Herald of Khorne leaves the trees. He's just trying to run away from the burning chariots, who are almost out of ammo. So they're using the rest of their ammo to snipe him out, probably. Unless this guy just pops a blue fire or something. Wait, he doesn't have blue fire. Okay. Yeah, these guys are going to have to use the rest of their ammo on the Herald. Herald's running forward just to try and give one quick buff to his army. I think he's going to pop his melee attack soon. Locust of Wrath. Oh, he popped it a little early. Nice surround from Khorne. I did the same to Random Nix when Random Nix was on Tzeentch, but Tzeentch doesn't really care about being surrounded because also his leadership's stupid high. Burning Chariots are both out of ammunition. Sure, they killed the Herald of Khorne, but now we will see if Khorne can claw back. Doom Knights get a rear charge. Fleshhounds are going to pop in. As soon as they rear charge, Fleshhounds will try and keep them on the ground. They pay a lot of money for being able to fly, and they're not actually that great at bump and grind melee combatants. And now it's all about hanging on. Just hang on for Khorne. We do have some routes of very healthy units, which is bad. It's pretty bad to see. But you can see Khorne is skyrocketing up to catching up in the damage value. And look at these Doom Knights that landed and they got fucked up. They just got destroyed. These other Doom Knights are also getting killed pretty badly. Burning Chariots of Tzeentch trying to get out of here. Now this Final Transmutation upgraded was a great cast from Dactyr. That's going to catch a ton of units out. But one Doom Knight has already been destroyed. These other Doom Knights are barely hanging on, but they are getting torn apart, and the Fleshhounds of Khorne are going to dive back in and really trap in these units, so you can see what I was worried about coming on. And nothing's around that can really chase off these Chaos Warriors. So we do have, like, half health Chaos Warriors with Halberds, another third health coming back. This is going to be a big cast from Tzeentch. I haven't really been impressed with this Tzeentch spell, and he is going to do a little bit of friendly fire, but we'll see if he can get done what needs to get done. Still not super thrilled with it, but it was a good cast. He kills almost an entire Chaos Warrior. Almost. Burning Chariot 1 is disintegrating. Other Doom Knights are running away. The Doom Knights that ran away before are gone entirely, or did they come back and already rout again? Hard to tell. Khorne is almost evened back up. Almost. And that chariot is going to get dragged down as well, since the Herald of Tzeentch to kind of carry this. He's already cast 2 Final Trans, one of which was overcast and one was not. This one guy being out way ahead of his crew just screwed them over, because the rest of them would have rallied if he had not gotten all the way to the edge of the map, so that's pretty funny. Both Doom Knights are gone. Spawn and Forsaken are still grinding. Somehow that Burning Chariot hasn't taken a lot of damage while being surrounded by Fleshhounds, so that's kind of a weird little thing there. And if Khorne can just get a few quick routes on these Forsaken, it would leave the spawn exposed. Balance of Power still really doesn't like Khorne, but it loves Tzeentch Lords, so it's being a little overzealous there. Chaos Warhounds, Fleshhounds back in the fight. Tzeentch's Herald charges in. I think it's a mistake to go after him. He's just going to get back in the sky. Well, actually, maybe these Fleshhounds that were out and about can maybe surround him. And he overcasts himself with the Chromatic Tome. Swarv's worst enemy is the balance of power, because actually he's fine in this game right now, unless the balance of power just screws him over. But both Forsaken are about to rout. Something is getting cast right here, not entirely sure what it is. Overcasted Searing Doom is going to hit a bunch of things, but the Herald of Tzeentch is getting torn apart by the Fleshhounds, and he's actually pretty close to starting to crumble. Can the Fleshhounds of Khorne and these Chaos Warriors with Halberds hang on? Somehow these Forsaken and somehow these Spawn are still here. They've been at this amount of health for like 35 years. And he's crumbling. Herald of Tzeentch is crumbling. If he finishes crumbling, that'll maybe cause these Forsaken to rout, but actually their leadership is rallying back up. Bastards. Alright, Herald of Tzeentch is gone. Tzeentch has no more magic. Balance of power is coming a little bit back towards the middle. Swarv is ahead on damage dealt. These Fleshhounds have to hang in there. Some Chaos Warriors are rallying. Other Chaos Warriors are rallying. They can come back to the fight. These Halberds in here are hanging on. That's good. The other Forsaken have routed. Now there's nothing to chase them down because the Fleshhounds are the only thing really staying in the fights. They're sticking in here. But Khorne is clawing back. And I told you I've had this experience before. The air sniping feels really good until you run out of ammo. And then you're stuck bumping and grinding with like a weak ground force. The Spawn have got to be running out of models. 4 and 4. With that little health, they still both have 4 models. That's really annoying. Fleshhounds of Khorne hanging on to life. They are going to start crumbling again very soon. They barely got leadership back. And there they crumble again. Without those Fleshhounds, this actually could get tricky for Khorne because the Chaos Warriors are surprisingly cowardly compared to Tzeentch's Forsaken. Spawned down to 1 and 4 models. Fleshhounds are officially crumbling away, and they are gone. Chaos Warriors are stuck fighting. 0 leadership up to 14. Maybe they can stay in it. They really just have to hit these Spawn. 3 Spawn left. A crappy Chariot and some Forsaken, but those Forsaken rear charging the Chaos Warriors is actually probably going to do it. And Khorne will lose this game while ahead on damage value. Probably. Maybe if they can kill these Spawn and turn around before they get rear charged, but they are going to get rear charged. Their leadership is going to break, and it's going to be a mass rout from Khorne even though they're ahead. On that. Feels good. Feels good. Hey, Kiara, welcome back. Cyrus, how you doing? Why are Forsaken better leadership than Chaos Warriors of Khorne? Why? They get shields, they have better stats, they're barely more expensive. They're 100 gold more expensive than these guys, but they're also absolute chads when it comes to leadership. Why? Why? That was a very close game, though. That was a very close game. Tzeentch's Chaos Spawn getting armor sundering is also a little bit bullshit. They get shields and armor sundering. I should make a video about that. Hold on. Sorry. I just realized that something's fucked up. Tzeentch Spawn versus other Spawn. Okay. I digress. That was a close game though. Dactor's mad. Throwing high quality gameplay in the chat. Can't blame him. Can't say I disagree. Alright. Dactor's up 1. That was a close game. My problem with that is just that when Swarv got the surround, he should have won the ground fight, but he ended up losing the ground fight. So if I hover Chaos Warriors and if I hover Forsaken, for 100 more gold, Forsaken are faster, higher weapon strength, higher charge bonus, ITP. They both have Frenzy. They get shields. They have lower leadership, but it doesn't feel like it. A little less armor, a little less melee attack, a little less melee defense. They have less melee defense? Really? I feel like they take almost no damage ever. I suppose they have high armor, and Chaos Warriors of Khorne don't have great armor piercing, so maybe they hit them and just don't do a lot. Fair. Spawn versus Spawn. Wow, Chaos Spawn of Tzeentch have 36 melee defense. Good God. Okay. Dactor's going Khorne and banning Nurgle. It's bold. We were talking before the stream, but I think it's bold to first pick Khorne. He has a lot of counters. Though I guess Swarv did too. Swarv also first picked Khorne. Huh. A lot of first pick Khorne going around. When personally, you can disagree. Personally, I think Ogres, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Kislev are all bad matchups for Khorne. So first picking him and you only get one ban, I think is pretty bold. Brazen! Oh, Swarv's going Ogres. This is good. The meta here traditionally is to take a bunch of Man-Eater pistols and pseudo-kite Khorne. Pseudo. I mean, you take the frontline fight, but whenever Khorne goes for your Man-Eaters with Ogre pistols, you just pull him back and throw something into him. Tzeentch spawn do lose to every other spawn in the game. They do. I see. In 1v1, Khorne Warriors win against Forsaken. Forsaken have bad stats in the grind. The armor centering of spawn helps a lot. It does. To be fair, Khorne spawn have 60 higher weapon strength, but yeah. All the other spawn get some special effect, meanwhile Khorne spawn just rampage. Yeah, that's true. Khorne spawn with monstrous weapon strength. Then we have the poor Slaanesh spawn. I was thinking of the Slaanesh and Nurgle spawn when I was talking about this, because it's like, they have Cloud of Flies, which is okay for Nurgle, but not that great. And then Slaanesh spawn have Flank Attacker. Oh boy, if you're flanking with your Chaos spawn, you know, that unit that is mostly a frontline deterrent unit, not a flanker. But sure. Also, since we're waiting, and we have more people here than before, and I'm just so proud and so happy. I made a thing. I'm so excited. And yes, some of you have already seen it multiple times. Too bad. Roar. Subscribe, yes, yes. Look at it! Oh my god, this is so good. I love it so much. Oh, I'm so proud. Oh, it's so nice. Roar. Subscribe, yes, yes. I'm gonna put that at the end of a lot of videos. It's gonna be good. So excited. So excited. Watch as we lose subscribers. And then it'll just be cringe and awkward. They should make the Slaanesh spawn a little faster and give them a chance to flank. That'd be good. Or just give them the musk ability. Yar. But that's the thing is already, Nurgle spawn and Slaanesh spawn are both pretty good and common units in their rosters. So I personally I wouldn't go on the side of buffs. I would go on the side of bringing Khorne and Tzeentch spawn down to reality a little bit. It looked a bit like Queek has a foxtail. Yeah, the artist went that direction. I didn't mind it, so I just let him have it. Besides, if CA doesn't like it and tries to make me take it down or like copyright claim it or something, I can be like, no, he's a raccoon. It's a raccoon. You don't own this. I don't know. So we are in. Speaking of spawn, Khorne has as many as he can grab. 5 Chaos Warriors with Halberds, 3 Chaos Spawn, 4 Fleshhounds of Khorne, a Herald of Khorne, and a Cultist. Pretty good. Standard build, like a lot. Fleshhounds are good units. Ooh. I think Swarv's build's pretty exciting. 5 Noblars, some Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. Yeah. Who gives a shit about that? But we did see some Crushers. I only ever bring Slaanesh spawn in the ever common Slaanesh mirror. In Slaanesh versus Khorne, some people like the Slaanesh spawn a lot. Imagine Queek frantically washing the skull of his victims. Aw. Yeah. He likes to keep them clean. That's not true at all, actually. In his book, he likes to occasionally reach up and pick a bit of flesh off of them and eat it, and it's really gross. So, yeah. He does the opposite of keep them clean. But still, I like to imagine it. What happened first? Did these rocks pop up and then trees grew inside of them? Or were the trees here and some magic brought these rocks up out of the earth and then the trees lost all sunlight and died? I'm confused. Anyway, the exciting ogre build I was talking about. There were Crushers. One Fang Cavalry with Great Weapon. Oh, I thought they were Crushers. Okay, I'm a little less happy now. Mournfang Cav have good stats, but they always underperform for some reason, while Crushers actually do work, and I still don't really know why, but yeah. 5 Noblars we talked about, Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, then we do have some of the Man-Eater pistols. We also just have flat-out Man-Eaters, some Iron Guts. We do have a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with Bone Crusher and Troll Guts heals. I like this Ogre build. This is neat. I like it. It's not double Stonehorn, which is good. Though I don't think double Stonehorn's actually that good into Khorne. I'm just tired of seeing it. We should get the campaign Slaanesh things, lower enemy speed. That could also be good. I guess maybe Slaanesh spawn need a little bit of help, but I'm more on the train of Khorne spawn are too good and Tzeentch spawn are especially too good, personally. Though I suppose Khorne doesn't need buffs because he's kind of been struggling in a lot of game modes right now. As far as I've heard, I'm not super in on the domination meta, but from my friends that I've talked to, Khorne is pretty in domination, and from my experience in land battles, he's pretty So in both game modes, he's middle-low tier. So I guess nerfing his spawn just nerfs a faction that's already kind of Yeah. Zep, I agree. Yes, sir. Sorry, someone was asking about waiting for the things. Set up for game 1, then I will be there. Does the second tourney wait to start until the first one finishes? Nope, just semi-finals. Nurgle spawn are pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I have no complaints about Nurgle spawn. The complaints I have about Nurgle actually isn't his infantry or his spawn. It's that his lord is maybe too good. Maybe. But that his flying units are atrocious, and all the toad units are atrocious. Like, Nurgle's mobility, what limited mobility he has, is all trash. So it's just infantry and single entities, and everybody knows that's coming because there's no other possible build Nurgle could ever do, and he gets trash canned. And I hear in Domination, Nurgle is super good. That's different. But when talking about land battles, Nurgle sucks just because you know exactly what he's going to bring, because he only has a few good units. Anyway, Khorne's going to advance. They are 100% going to win the frontline fight. It's all about whether Swarv can keep these man-eaters with ogre pistols up and running and shooting. That'll be pretty big. Because, I mean, he has a decent melee force, but aside from Tzeentch, bastards, usually Khorne will win almost every melee engagement because he's kind of meant to. He doesn't have any spells. He has pretty shit cavalry. All of his units are expensive, so he deserves this. In my opinion, Nurgle should have bad mobility. Not this bad, though. Like, not Plague Toad bad. They're horrific. They're horrifically terrible. I don't know. And Nurgle doesn't have, like, anything else going for him. So, I don't know. If really he shouldn't have any mobility, then he needs better infantry, in my opinion. And again, he's really good in domination, so I understand that. But talking about land battles, the boy needs some help. Because his faction's just too linear. Noblars are instantly getting crumped on that far side, and it looks like some of these other areas aren't going so well for the Ogres either. Ogre Bulls are fighting Fleshhounds of Khorne, and that is a great trade for the Fleshhounds. They have, like, super high weapon strength for dog units. They have great melee stats, and they're just pounding through these Ogre Bulls. It's all about the Man-Eaters, and where are they? They're shooting Chaos Spawn right now? No, they're trying to shoot the Herald. I have also tried that, and it almost never works, so I hope that they soon just start shooting Chaos Spawn and doing some good damage over there. But we will see. In the back, the other Man-Eaters, Ogre Pistols, have taken a ton of damage from being harassed by Spawn and dogs, but we do get the Mournfang Cavalry with great weapons rear charging the Fleshhounds, taking them actually very low quite quickly, and it looks like Ogre Bulls with dual weapons will also charge in, and that should take out the Fleshhounds quite rapidly. Noblars and Ogre Bulls are running for the hills, though, and Khorne is pushing straight through this front line. The middle front line is going okay for Khorne, not Khorne, the Ogres, actually. Khorne's taking a lot of damage. Now, the leadership of the Ogres is faltering, but Khorne's taking a lot of damage. Man-Eaters have switched on to shooting. It looks like the Spawn and the Chaos Warriors of Halberds, you can see they've taken a ton of damage on this side. But the Man-Eaters are getting torn apart. Iron Guts are doing okay, but the Man-Eaters specifically are not having a great time versus all those Spawn and Halberds and the Herald. Noblars are routing. Dactyr is ahead on the damage balance of power, which is very good for him. Ogres were hoping to be ahead at this point with maybe some poke. But it is still close. This could be a huge problem. Slaughtermaster getting surrounded. His leadership is already cratered, even though he has high health, which means if he takes any shots at all, he might actually just rout off. But a big Iron Fist is going to come in. The Bone Crusher. And it does really good damage over there. Pokes off some of the Chaos Warriors Halberds, some of the Bloodletters, and the Man-Eaters with the pistols are back online and shooting. Looks like they're shooting at the Bloodletters again. I think this is a good choice. If you try to aim for the single entities, which would be smart traditionally, they just won't shoot because they're surrounded by all these Chaos Warriors. So a good little plan here just to get some damage. But the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw takes a ton of hits. He is going to rout off. It's up to the Ogres to see if they can bail him out. Really good Mournfang Cavalry play here from Swarv. I've been really happy about how he's been using this all game. It does look like he's falling critically behind. His Lord is going to run off, so I think Swarv will lose this game, but I really liked how he used his Mournfang Cavalry a ton. Maybe some slight build optimizations could come in. The Man-Eaters... We'll have to check their value after the game, but I didn't see them paying for themselves too much. I really liked these Mournfang Cav. Maybe the Great Weapons aren't necessary, because even normal Mournfang Cavalry have armor piercing. The Great Weapons just have, I think, better armor piercing, but also bonus versus large. Which I guess helped against the Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are technically large entities, so, maybe it was worth it. Never mind. Never mind. I was just thinking through it on stream with everybody else. Man-Eaters got compromised slightly too quickly. The pistol variant, that is. I also don't personally believe in Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. They're 150 more gold for just some bonus versus infantry, otherwise they're like the same exact unit. So maybe downgrade some of them to Ogre Bulls, save the money, spend it elsewhere. Could be. Is it better than Mongolian throat singing? Maybe. Curious how bad Slanesh's win rate in land battles is. Not great. It's not great. I play a good amount of Slaanesh because I think they're fun, but I keep losing. Good value from all of Khorne's units. For the Ogres... Oh, base Man-Eaters did okay. 850. I forget what they cost. They definitely didn't get their money back, but they did better than I would have thought. Iron Guts did well. They were still healthy at the end of the game. They just didn't have a lot of value, so they had trouble finding their fight. And the Ogre Bulls with dual weapons got about as much value as basic Ogre Bulls. So if you turned all them, I mean, you can only turn 3 of them into Ogre Bulls, but still 450 gold you could get back and spend elsewhere. But I thought that Mournfang Cavalry play was pretty great. Let's find our other semifinal. I'm guessing that this has Magic Yang in it because it is World Beater's Lobby, even if it's not named that way. Yep. All right, we're ready. We are here, ready to party. So Dactyr will go to the finals. We'll catch back up with him after the winner of this game. And then when this tournament is done, we'll slide over to the Stormvermin versus Grey Seer side and continue on. So a lot of tournament action today. World Beater 68 versus ODM's Magic Yang. And I did mention these players that they could do pick and bans and set up their armies before we got here, but it looks like they're just setting up their armies now. So if you're out there, and if you're ever in one of my tournaments, and I say wait for the stream, do your first pick and ban and build your army. You don't need to wait for me for that. That is not the interesting part of the stream people don't want to miss. Alright. Magic Yang looks like he has a build up and running. World Beaters, build him one quick. How else are we doing out here? The Stormvermin versus Grey Seer tournament, Bobman and Evenstar signed up at the last second, and Llama 13K and Spartan have not checked in, but I saw Llama playing a game right now. I'm going to go ahead and check him in because I know he's around, and if he doesn't show up for some reason, then his opponent will just advance, but I'd hate for him to miss it just because he was busy playing other games, because he's playing Vermin League games right now with Raised, so... And then everybody's checked in besides Spartan, so I'll just DM Spartan and be like, you playing today? Cool. We will have Cathay versus Ogres. I have a couple builds I've tried that I like versus the Ogres double stone horns, which is just almost universally the meta here. I'm still having a little bit of trouble fully killing off those bastards. Rinless really likes Iron Hail Gunners, and he told me to take them, and while they did okay, I had them shoot an entire 11-minute game. Now, they got disrupted occasionally, right? It's not like they were literally sitting there full HP shooting all game. But they did use about half to two-thirds of their ammunition. They only shot Stonehorns, and both of them barely paid for themselves, and neither had routed off the map by the end of the game. They're both still there. And it was like, okay, I'm not sold on it. I don't love it. But we're rocketing into game semifinal 2. So, World Beater made his build in record time, which is good. Magic Yang, I played against him the other day in a tournament. We had a really close 3-game series. I barely beat him. And then someone was telling me, I think it was maybe Adelmo, was telling me that he's apparently a pretty good ODM player from back in the day. And he was kind of dormant for a while, but he's maybe making a comeback, so... If that's true, good to see it. Or he's just a new player I've never met before, and then also good to see it. So either way, good news. You like 1 to 2 Iron Hails, but only Iron Hails is risky? Oh, yeah. I usually have crossbows to deal with the ogres, like the ogres. Because the Iron Hails are terrible at killing ogres. Ogres have low armor, so armor piercing isn't worth it, and then Iron Hails have really bad lines of sight, so it's tough. 35% missile resist plus troll guts is brutal. Sure is. It sure is. We're waiting on Mr. Magic Yang to load up. All right. For the ogres, since I already know what their build is, I'll just cover them first. We have 2 saber tusks, we have some iron guts, ogre bulls with dual weapons, and ogre bulls regular. We have some noblars and more ogre bulls. In the front line, we have 2 noblar trappers. We have Scrag the Slaughterer, which is a little interesting, but he is essentially the caster you need, you know and love. He has Bone Crusher and Troll Guts. I wonder why Scrag over a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. I wonder if he has better stats, or I don't know. Anyway, we have Double Hunter, both on the Stonehorn. It doesn't look like either of them have the stock item. Yeah, that's the whole build. Double Stonehorn with some healing. I thought Stalking Hunters were BS during the Gorger Iron Blaster days. Yeah, Gorgers got nerfed into the dirt. I haven't seen like a single Gorger in 35 plus years. For World Beater, we have a Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord of Yang. This is my personal favorite lord right now of Cathay. I think they're very, very strong. I'm not as big of a fan of the lore of Yin. I understand it, but I just think Yang is slightly better because that Dragon Breath spell is very, very overpowered at the moment. Aside from that, no Astromancer. I don't know how I feel about that. I usually like taking Astromancer with Curse of the Midnight Wind just to debuff the ogres. Because that Yang spell is great against Noblars and Noblar Trappers and maybe Saber Tusks, but like it's terrible against the ogre units. So after you take out all that chaff, you're going to have a mage with essentially no spells. Interesting choice. Jade Warriors, Jade Warriors Halberds, Peasant Long Spearmen across the front line. We do have 2 cannons. We have 2 Iron Hail Gunners with no crossbows to back them up, and Peasant Horsemen in the back line. I'm not in love with this build for World Beater. I think it checks a lot of the boxes you need. I think it's fine. I don't think it's optimal. You need some basic archers or crossbowmen to kill the ogres. I think you need a second spellcaster or a second spell that can be useful outside of clearing chaff, because the ogres bring very little chaff traditionally. Just some Noblars that you can kill and it's useful, but after that you need your mage to do something. And yeah. I also don't love Jade Warriors in this matchup. I love Jade Warrior Halberds, not Jade Warriors, because ogres kind of blow through them pretty easily, and they don't trade back particularly effectively. So it's not a bad build. I just don't think it's optimal. It's fine. We'll see if it wins, which it definitely still can. The ogres build is pretty typical. This is almost exactly what I would expect to see. Scrag's a bit of a left turn for me, but otherwise it's about what you expect. Players are about ready. Are they waiting on me? Oh, okay. No, they're not waiting on me. Cool. Both players said ready. They should be starting momentarily. Are Gorgers still good? So no? Yeah. Probably not. I haven't seen any Gorgers in a while. And even when Gorgers were OP, in land battles, I didn't think they were that strong. They were just really, really good in domination. And then they got nerfed, and I just don't see them at all anymore. Why does World deploy his cannon behind a hill? I think he intends to move up. Looks like. Though this one that's going down into the lake is going to have a hard time shooting anything. Yeah. I mean, not everybody considers the terrain when they're deploying their artillery piece. Because this one now has a great shot, but this guy's going to have a hard time seeing anything. That could be a bit of a problem. Why is it moving sideways when it's trying to shoot that guy? No way is it going to shoot out of this pit. How can you even see that? Oh my god, it is! The absolute Chad fires up and out of a pit! I mean, he's hitting trees, but doing his damnedest. Meanwhile, Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord of Yang is flying over the Noblars. Probably going to try and overcast on one of them. Just delete out the unit entirely. Oh, that was undercasted. Okay. Overcast will usually, like, kill the unit. But maybe he's just worried about taking some overcast damage while he's already getting poked by the spears of the hunters. So he's going to fly back now. Cannons are refocusing onto Ogre Bulls. That's pretty good. They'll do a lot of damage to those poor guys if they hit, which one bounces right through a crowd of people somehow. There. Those shots are much better. Much better. Shugi Lord of Yang is taking about a quarter of her health, getting poked by the hunters with spears, and now the cannons are going to start shooting at them a little bit more, really focusing them down. Another fire breath attack, taking up about half the Noblar's health. It's a good harass. Ogres are just slow advancing. They're vibing. Hunter's taking a lot of punishment, which is usually why you want to take one of them with that stocked item, so you can put the other one in, like, trees and advance and not worry about the stocked one. Damn those trees, deflecting those cannonballs instead of breaking. We know who the true heroes of Warhammer are. Yeah. That's my issue with trees sometimes. We had this big argument at the start of Warhammer 3 talking about trees, and oh, that's going to be a good cast. That's a bone breaker. Tried to dodge at the end, but he took a lot of damage. Anyway, real quick about the trees. Yeah, it's annoying for me that the trees do so much deflection, but also don't break. Or, like, if you hit them with a shit ton of fire arrows, they'll never start on fire. Anyway, I digress. Peasant Horsemen trying to block up the Hunter. I've tried this many times, and the Hunter will just walk through them if he feels like it. Sabertusk get a huge flank, and now they are fighting Jade Warriors with Halberds or Peasant Spearmen. For the moment, there is a big gap here where Magic Yang could throw his units through and take down that cannon, which it looks like he will do. Meanwhile, a Hunter is pushing through the front line, pushing through Peasant Spearmen like nobody's business, and it looks like he's even close to terror routing off the Iron Hail Gunners. And if these Iron Hail Gutters can get shut down, then there's almost nothing left in the entire roster that can fight these Hunters. These guys are poking in point-blank range for now, but they are a little bit obstructed by their own men, somehow. Another good cast of Bone Crusher. And that's another 2/3 health off the Iron Hail Gunners. Is it Bone Crusher or is it Bone Breaker? I don't know why this bothers me so much, but I can't seem to grasp it in my tiny head. It's Bone Crusher. Okay, I was right. Iron Hails are routing. One cannon is still alive. The other cannon is routing. The other Iron Hails have rallied. And currently the Ogres are very far ahead on the balance of power. They are also slightly up in the damage value. It looks like Scrag plus the Stonehorn. Well, Stonehorn's going to fight the Peasant's Belong Spearman for a second, but soon they'll shut down that cannon, then nothing on this earth can stop the Stonehorns. Let's go, Magic Yang. Dactyr, besides the fact that you're both an ODM, and besides the fact that you have clan loyalty, why would you vote for Magic Yang? How cruel, how mean of you to not root for our boy World Beater. Can't believe in you. Come on, buddy. Trees in Warhammer are truly indestructible. They really are. It's going to be a quick 1-0 up for the Yang of magic capabilities. The Yang with the top hat. The Yang with the magic fist. Why do you sound like a Scottish pirate? Because I'm perfect. Yeah. Ogres, my lord. China #1. Sure. Sure. I don't think there's any hope for Cathay left here. I got nothing. Look at all these blinking health bars around the world. You have some rallying units that are soon to be dead. Shugi Lord of Yang is getting destroyed by hunters right now. It's all over. It's all over. Arrow for whoever doesn't bring hunters on Stonehorns at this point. Swarv didn't. Swarv didn't. Alright. Swarv was there for you when you needed him most. But the hunters on the Stonehorns are pretty freaking powerful. The main problem with them is that they just have so much mass they can walk wherever they want to walk. They don't actually do that much damage. They just walk where they want to walk. And nothing can stop them. And also there's a lot of issues with units surrounding something and not, like, killing it these days. Anyway, tough values for Cathay. They really got rolled over once the fight started going. The cannons did okay value on the upstart, but other than that, it was tough. West Taiwan #2 after Best Korea. There's a lot going on in that sentence, Cyrus. There's a lot going on in that sentence. That was as provocative as a sentence as you could try to get. All right. Magic Gang is going to go up 1-0. And I will check back in on the other tournament for today, see if they need me. Spartan is out, unfortunately. And they're ready to start in about 2 minutes. So we'll see if anybody else signs up for that. I will return in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Looks like we have Kislev Khorne. Are we going to get a bear blob, or are we going to get something else? Let's see. Alright. Okay. 5 minutes left on the other tournament. It's going to be fine. Clearly the problem here was that he didn't box harder. Man used more than 2 centimeters cubed of land. Oh, Cyrus. You always know what to say to send me irate. To immediately throw me into a drunken rage. Spilled sparkling water all over myself. Mess. I can say right now you're going to be happy with the Kislev build. Well, happy-ish. Happy-ish. I'm happy with the Khorne build. I like the Khorne build. Khorne build's good. It's not like a meme. It's not like he has a bunch of fucking blood crushers and skull crushers, but it's good. It's not boring. This Kislev build isn't boring. I know Koops is going to be mad, but it's not boring. Ugh! Ugh! Ah! Good stretches. I need to stand up. Been sitting down too much. This just in, rats have been removed from Mortal Empires and everyone is pleased. Yeah, Bunnies, I heard that. I heard they were removed from Immortal Empires because they were going to get the Thankful DLC as the first DLC for the game, and they were going to get added before anybody else. So, yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. But Hummus Boy, the roadmap from CA said Immortal Empires and DLC 1 will be in the exact same patch. Hummus Boy, your jokes aren't welcome here. Because they're not entirely correct. You can't joke about things. Herg-a-derg-der. Okay. This Magic Gang's up 1-0. This is traditionally a Kislev favored matchup. But we'll see. So when you get excited, you get water everywhere? Oh, God. Cyrus, I feel like this is a setup for something. I feel like I'm being set up. Rattin'. Rocket Row is back in action. How you doing? How you doing, dude? It's been 35 years since I've seen you. I've changed, man. I had 3 kids. Got 4 dogs. I moved out to California. Turin's my roommate. I'm married now. I'm married to a dumpster, but still married. Grace is not happy about those arrangements, but the dumpster has a hell of a will. A hell of a will. That is the richest dumpster you'll ever see. Alright, World Beater's ready. Magic Yang's been sitting on the same build this entire time, so I'm guessing he'll be ready very soon. Very soon. I have 3 minutes left till the other tournament starts. So we have a late entry. Who just entered? Random Nix? Oh, hell yeah. Random Nix is in there. Cool. That other bracket's stacked. I'll pop in on them. If we're done with the finals with Dactor before they get to the semifinals, I'll just find a game to spectate. But I'm pretty sure the timing on this is going to line up. That will go from the finals of the Skaven Slave through Clanrat tournament and into the semifinals of the Stormvermin through Grey Seer tournament. If everything works. Which, you don't always get what you want, but we try. We try. That'll be pretty good. Out of the people playing in that tournament, I don't know. Like, I love Bob Man. And if he hears this, he's going to get all mad at me. He's going to be like, Human, you suck, you piece of shit. But I actually don't... I'm worried about Bobman. You know, in Warhammer 2, he's a favorite a lot, but he hasn't been grinding Warhammer 3 because, you know, a lot of people that ground Warhammer 2 don't grind Warhammer 3 as much. So I'm going to say my top 3 for this tournament would be Random Nix, Rinless, and maybe Zep or Lord Catterchin is like a dark horse. But Rinless and Random Nix are, again, going to be my favorite. And Bobman's up there, but like everybody in that tournament's pretty good, so it's not like... Wow, Bobman's trash. It's like, I mean, you know, I'm worried he's not as up to date on the Warhammer 3 meta. I'm worried about the Robert Manor Bungerman. And we love Robert Manor Bungerman on this channel. We want him to be the best there ever was. Which is a mansion for a rat. I live in a dumpster. Time for Random Nix to get revenge on Evenstar. Oh yeah, Evenstar signed up for that tournament. That's right. Where is he? He isn't appearing in the bracket. Maybe I have to update it. What the hell? I swore Evenstar signed up, but I don't see him. Did he unregister? I mean, he's not here. I guess he backed out. I'll make sure he's not messaging me right now. Okay. So the check-ins are done. So all these guys set up. I have not forgotten the blocker. It's just all these guys set up. So, well, actually the blocker wasn't even there. But just showing this screen real quick. Process check-in results. Everybody's here besides Spartan, who told me he wasn't going to play today. We'll do the participants. Quick shuffle. And yes, we'll get back to the semifinal. It has not started yet. I can see it on my other screen. 3 shuffles as per usual. Make sure the clans don't fight each other round 1. Bobman WWD, Random Nix gets a bye. ODM versus Zep is unaffiliated. Race versus Coops, I don't think they're both BBB. And Llama versus Rinless, I don't think they are both LS. So that should be good to go. Find your opponents. Go through this real fast. Bobman, WWD, Random, Rinless, Zep. Coops. Llama. And who else? I got Zep. I always forget Lord Catterchin. Lord. Raced. And isn't that everybody? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That should be everybody. We are live. Go play. Wait for me in semis. Start the tournament. Bomb. And they're off to the races. Back to what we were doing. Has the scorecard and the game literally just started, so we're going here. So, Kislev does have 2 heavy war sleds, which Coops, I know you're upset. Coops, I know you're upset, Coops. But bear with me. Does have 2 heavy war sleds. We also have some Kossars with spears, Kossars, armored Kossars in the front line. We do have a back line of Zargard with great weapons. We have Sultan and a Frost Maiden of Ice as well. So it's not the Ice Bear blob. There's not a Patriarch. Like, come on. It's not just Zargard. It's a little different. It's a little different. Just bear with me. This is the little moments of joy we get. Just bear with me. On the other side, we have a motherfucking Skull Cannon. Hell yeah. Chaos Warriors of Khorne with some Halberds, some Bloodletters, all mixed in there. We do have a Cultist of Khorne. We have Scarbrand. We have some Flesh Hounds. We have some more Flesh Hounds. Come on, you guys! We get a Skull Cannon. We get some Zargard. We get some other stuff. You gotta take what you can get. You gotta take what you can get these days. All right. Skull Cannon's firing at the heavy war sleds is doing like almost no damage, which is partially why you don't see a lot of it. And the front lines are about to collide. Bloodletters will do great work against all the Kislev infantry if they don't get shot with arrows, which they love getting shot with arrows. They really, really love it. They do it all the time. Just making sure everybody is doing okay in the other tournament real quick. Nobody's messaging each other in the chat, so it seems like it's fine. All right. Scarbrand goes balls deep, and I've seen this a lot in the Kislev matchups. We saw it in Cuden's 2v2 tournament yesterday, but Scarbrand is exceptionally good at dealing with these sleds because he just runs in, rampages them, and sleds are shit if they're stuck in melee combat sitting there. They're amazing at charging through, as you all know, but with his Rampage, they have to sit and fight. Fleshhounds will really tear them apart, and we're off to a great start for Magic Yang with this interesting build. I really don't think the Skull Cannon is a good choice. I think it is not doing literally anything, but Scarbrand is putting this game on his back, as he tends to. And I like Boris Ursus in this matchup, personally, because he can kind of fight back against Scarbrand, but Kistalton's going to be way in over his head once this big boy finds him. Kistalton has high melee stats, but he feels like he's kind of squishy if he gets bursted. He's good at sustained fights, but he gets bursted pretty easily. So I think Scarbrand will make mincemeat out of him. Meanwhile, the Cultist of Khorne is killed. I don't know if he got his summon off before he died. I don't see a Bloodletter that's way out of position. Well, maybe this one. This one's starting to disintegrate. Okay, so we got his summon off. Good for him. And the Blood Shrine of Khorne is also running around. Sorry, the Skull Cannon. Scarbrand is here. He's in a 2v1. He maybe won't win that, but it looks like he is doing okay. If he has any of his buffs pops, he'll be even better. But despite the fact that he was winning, he's still going to peace out, knowing that that was some RNG luck on his side, and he shouldn't really fight two characters 2v1 like that. Do have some archers in that are trying to support the fight against Scarbrand. Magic Yang is ahead on the damage balance of power, but World Beater's really coming back in the late game here. He got a nice Heart of Winter upgraded off that's hitting a lot of units on the far side, and his archers are messing up Scarbrand. Now, that Skull Cannon does dive over here, just trying to stop the archers from shooting for a little bit, and the Fleshhounds of Khorne are also going to pile in. Chaos Wards are trying to stop this, but there is a full health Zargard with great weapons fighting back against them. And we see the Heart of Winter just wearing off on the left side, so we know there's no Heart of Winter over here just yet. Khorne is happy to blob up as much as possible. Scarbrand's going back for round 2 with Stalton, and like I said, he will win that every freaking time. Scarbrand's such a beast when it comes to fighting someone in melee combat. And he's really making a comeback. For a long time, I thought the Exalted Bloodthirster was the way to go, but I've seen a couple of really good builds with Scarbrand that I liked a lot. Scarbrand rampages himself, the Wrathful Reaper, giving himself 50% more damage. And he knows in his current situation, all targets are good targets, so it doesn't matter that he's rampaging. And he somehow misses Kistalton with only 40 melee defense. Each attack that misses is brutal, but there we go, he's going to hit him again. And one thing about the Kislev passive, it's nice to be unbreakable. Doesn't matter if you're unbreakable if you're dead. He's terrorizing at the moment. He pops his unbreakable. He's going to turn around and fight in just a second, but Scarbrand is beating the absolute shit out of him, and this is what we saw in Kuden's 2v2 as well. Scarbrand will hunt down and kill any Kislevite lord. And, yeah. It's not a great time to beat Kistalton. Misses that charge attack a little bit, but there's Fleshhounds of Khorne surrounding him. Kistalton ain't getting out of here, and without him, Kislev's in dire straits. Their infantry has actually been doing very well. If you look at the battlefield right now, Khorne is running out of troops. Significantly, and there's a lot of archers left, but they just can't stand up to what's going on. The Skull Cannon's running around. It has plenty of ammunition and health because it's just been attacking people all game. There are Fleshhounds, which sure, the Kossars or Spears will trade okay against the Fleshhounds, but not with the support of this chariot, and not with Scarbrand being that angry. So I really like that build for Magic Yang. That was some neat stuff. I'm still not sold on the Skull Cannon, but the rest of it was just lovely. Alright. I have to get caught up with chat in a second. Sorry, I've had a lot going on and I haven't quite been able to catch up. But World Beater took a pretty standard build, a couple things different than the traditional Kislev build here, but he had the heavy war sleds, he had the healer, he had the Ice Witch. So that was all pretty good. It's just Scarbrand, as you've seen, has really taken over the meta in this matchup for that rampage and for that crazy high melee skill. And very well played to Magic Yang. And World Beater getting up to semifinals, fighting Magic Yang. We always love to see the improvement, and we love World Beater. All right, Dactor, you've been chilling in the chat, but in case you aren't, Magic Yang and at Dactor, can one of you host? I will be right there. So we have an ODM final. They both clearly rigged it. They're both smurfing. They both wanted to get in my Skaven Slave tournament just so they could dump on new players. Classic ODM schemes. Can't believe it. They should be ashamed of themselves. Yada yada, so on and so forth. No, that's not true. I'm just kidding. Alright, Dactor said he hosted. Looks like it's just the one called Magic Yang. So I'll get in here. Thank you, Dactor, for being on top of your shit. Magic Yang will be in the same spot, so I can just replace this with Dactor. And this is the finals for the Skaven Slave through Clanrat tournament. Best of 3 still, best of 3. I know some people have been doing best of 5s recently, like Turin did 1 or 2, but I don't think there are enough factions for best of 5 to be really viable, personally. All right, that's all set up. Now I have to check in on some other tournament stuff and make sure the Stormvermin Grey Seer thing is going okay. Because I'm suspicious that no Stormvermin or Grey Seers have messaged each other in finding their opponents. So I'm very worried that somehow none of them know it started. Which would be weird, because I pinged them all. But I can still be worried. Alright, time to catch up with chat. Not liking my odds in that bracket. Coops, you're going to do great. That Duster has all of California's leftover used crack needles. That's at least 50 quid. Alright. Does anyone grind Warhammer 3? Yeah, Zep does. Zep's always in all these chats. He hangs out in Anticity's training Discord a lot, too. I played some Warhammer 2. Deadly Bunnies. Bobman's trash. Human Boy 2022. Played some Warhammer 2 with Random Nicks. I wish everyone could go back to Warhammer 2, but it's just too divisive in the community, and there's a lot of players that want to stick with 3, and it, like, sucks, because you don't want to divide a small player base, but, like, if I had to be honest, like, if you're asking for my opinion, I liked Warhammer 2 way more at the end of its life versus Warhammer 3 right now, so I think we should just go back, but, you know. I have the Vermin League so that people have a place to play land battles. I fill the niche in the community. I don't do necessarily what I want all the time. It's not that I never do. Like, I'm not trying to say, oh, Human Boy the martyr for the community, does whatever they wish. Oh, so noble. I'm just saying, like, you know, I'll do what I want sometimes. Sometimes I'll listen to the community, and so far I've heard the community wants to stick with Warhammer 3, so I'll give them a place to play land battles. That's fine. Shouldn't you wait till after the tournament since you know I'll be sweating? Since I know you'll be sweaty during it. Oh, talking to Random Dicks. Dactyr, I'm undefeated in Warhammer 3, but I'm sure you're still miles better. Yes. Be okay with going back to Warhammer 2. Ranged units actually shoot there. Wait, we can use demons? No. Magic Gang was just hovering it. Kiara, why aren't you playing today? Why aren't you up in the Stormvermin ranks? Looks like we have Ogres ban Tzeentch from Magic Yang. Too bad to Micro Human Boy, the hero we need, but not the hero we deserve. I mean, I do have a full Batman costume in my closet. For the right time. I'm pretty cool. I'm a pretty cool guy. Not really. I wasn't really big into comic books at all. You're not feeling okay, but you can if you want. The other tournament already started. I just noticed you weren't in it. I hope you're feeling better. You had a rough go of it recently, from what I heard. Wheel of Khorne versus Ogre Kingdoms. We saw this once before, but I'll see what Magic Yang wants to take, because Dactyr was playing Khorne then, he's playing Khorne now, so Magic Yang will maybe take a slightly different build. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I didn't care too much about comic book stuff. I wasn't really a DC or a Marvel kind of guy. I checked out some of the movies, but I got in on Batman when the first series I saw was Christopher Nolan's Batman, when it was all dark and cool and great, and Heath Ledger was the Joker. The first movie was really good. The third movie had Tom Hardy as Bane. Like, I got in on that. I'm like, wow, Batman's fucking badass. These are great. And then I went back and watched some of the other movies or shows, and I'm like, never mind, Batman sucks. Unpopular opinion. But no, I just really liked that trilogy. And that was my introduction to Batman, and then everything was just not my style. I don't get Superman. I have an issue with Superman. Fuck Superman. Alright? I'll die on that hill. Fuck Superman. I don't get it. And, like, some people... You're allowed to like Superman, but I'm also allowed to not like Superman. And usually when you talk to a comic book fan, if you don't like Superman, they're like, well, actually, here's what's wrong with you as a person. You're a real piece of shit. And it's like, I'm just not that invested in Superman. He's invincible. He can see through walls. He has laser eyes. He can fly. You can't hurt him unless you have kryptonite. He can fly around the planet fast enough to turn back time. That kind of removes a lot of fucking stakes. He can, like, regenerate. He has a disguise where he puts glasses on and everybody forgets who he fucking is. I can't invest in Superman. I can't do it. I can't care about this guy. And it's like, oh, but Austin, sorry, that's my real name. Austin, kryptonite. But the kryptonite, Superman can't do the kryptonite stuff. Yeah, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about the one weakness? I wonder what the plot point's going to be this time. There's two ways you can do this. There's a hostage Superman can't deal with, or someone sneaks kryptonite into something and makes him weaker. And they've been doing this shit since, like, 1940s. It's run its course. I've heard every iteration of hostages or kryptonite that exists. I don't care about Superman. I don't give a shit about Superman. That's my take. Did you say earlier Skaven don't come in the first Immortal Empire pack? That was a joke, Kiara. Diddley Bunnies was giving me shit, so then I gave him shit back by saying... he said they were kicked out of Immortal Empires, and I said, yeah, they're kicked out of Immortal Empires because they're going to be the first Warhammer 3 DLC. Get fucked. So that was a joke. It's not about the fights, it's about the morals. All right. Cyrus is telling me he likes Superman. And Cyrus, you're allowed to, but I'm allowed to not like him. You're allowed to. Also, in the DMs, I don't know if you wanted me to announce that on stream because it was a DM, so I'll just... not say that, but I agree with your take. I liked Iron Man. I do like Iron Man. I'll say that because ham sandwich greater than Superman. Yeah. I like Iron Man because he's just a guy. And, like, that's another thing I like about Batman. I don't give a shit about Batman for different reasons because I really liked that one trilogy. It was super dark and, like, edgy, and I'm a dark, edgy person. And the rest of his stuff is kind of campy. There's some good animated series. I heard Batman Beyond was good. But, like, Batman's just a guy. And that makes the stakes kind of high. Because, you know, if the Joker shoots him, you know he's going to, like, bleed and maybe bleed out and die. And sure, he's the main character. You know they're not going to let him die. But, like, there's stakes. Superman? If it's not kryptonite, who cares? And that's also why I liked Iron Man, is Iron Man was just a smart guy who built a suit. And his suits got a little bit more ridiculous and more silly. But there's a lot you can do around that. And also, like, the first Iron Man movie Marvel did, in the current era with Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark, that was so good. Where you just put a billionaire in a cave, he built this half-assed janky suit, and then he went home and decided he should build, like, a super pro one. Like, that's a cool origin story. That's great. You see it happen. It's not just like, I'm born with these powers... and whenever the comic book needs it, I get a new power. It's like, when you have a human character who's not super in any way, besides Bruce Wayne has money and he's smart. And Iron Man has money and he's smart. Like, those are his things. So it's not like they could just write into the story. But actually, he also has heat vision. But actually, his heat vision lets him see through walls. But actually, his heat vision keeps him warm in Antarctica. So he doesn't need... coats. It's like, no, like these are people. They have to deal with people problems, and that's interesting to me. I digress. Cyrus is messaging me. Watch Superman 4. It's great. Not good, but very funny. Oh, yeah. So Cyrus said he didn't really like Spider-Man. I also don't love Spider-Man. Into the Spider-Verse and stuff, the recent stuff has been really good, but that's because they're making really good movies. Regardless of the fact that it's Spider-Man, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like, oh, I love Spider-Man and I love this movie. It's like, I don't give a shit about Spider-Man, but this is a good movie. That's kind of me. All right, what do we got here? So Dactyr, we saw this earlier today, but to go over it very quickly, we have 2, 3, 4 Flesh Hounds. We have a bunch of Chaos Warriors with Halberds. We have 3 Chaos Spawn. We have a Herald and a Cultist. Standard, nice, Khorne rush against Ogres. You love to see it. Magic Yang, we have Scrag the Slaughterer yet again. Really seems to like that character. Double hunters on Stonehorns versus Khorne can be a little bold because actually a ton of arm-piercing halberds and spawn can do okay work against them, and they're very expensive. For that expense, we have a Nobbler frontline, we have barely any ogres, and we do actually have one man-eater pistol and a couple saber tusks. We have a lead belcher too. I don't love this. I don't love this ogre build. I think it's gonna get compromised too easily. Now maybe he's gonna try and kite Khorne, but with 4 fleshhounds that might be more difficult than you're giving it credit for. I think there's too much to defend here. I would cut the Stonehorns in this build and get another man-eater pistol, maybe get rid of the lead belchers too. Khorne's one of the few factions that can deal with the hunters. Pantalinade is back from his long slumber. How you doing, dude? Missed you around. I don't buy him building a suit, and I think he's a bad Batman. You're allowed to think that. I also just I liked Robert Downey Jr. as an actor. Then I learned he was an asshole, but as an actor, I like his work. Ambush, your army failed to detect ambush but escaping. I digress. I hear the Justice League show is pretty good. Let's see how this goes. Fleshhounds versus 2 Sabertusks right next to the white line. Sabertusks are ripping apart these Fleshhounds of Khorne, but the Fleshhounds can rout either of them. They'll go straight off the map. So it's bold, but it doesn't look like it's going Khorne's way at the moment. Meanwhile, 1v1, the Fleshhounds are winning, but 2v1, with a bit of a flank on, the Fleshhounds are getting fucking destroyed. So that's going pretty badly for Magic Yang. Badly for Dactyr on that side. Rip in peace. Meanwhile, the hunters are trying to shoot at this Herald of Khorne. Looks like the man-eater pistols and lead belchers are also helping out. So all eyes are on this Khorne army. And nice job from Dactyr here. He's harassing them, so they don't have anywhere to kite. Because where are they going to go? These guys are coming in here to cut off this escape, and it forces the entire Ogre army to go back towards the white line, where their low leadership is going to get them killed and routed off the map. Their only escape route as of current is to go through this tiny junction, but if you've played siege battles, you know trying to shove yourself straight through a little narrow chokeway usually doesn't work out for pathing. You're fine, you've been waiting for IE to have your Dowie back? Yes, and then Cyrus is talking about comic books, which I'll get back to. Scrag is running up to fight the cultists of Khorne. Bloodletters spawn. I think they're going to chase after these man-eaters. But the Fleshhounds have dominated the backside. Chaos Spawn are routing off Nobblars. It looks like we have some Sabertusks going to go engage the Fleshhounds. They will lose 1v1, but there's plenty of support around, so they're just trying to start the fight, get the Fleshhounds to turn around and fight them, while Ogres can come by and help out. Meanwhile, Khorne is pushing in pretty heavily on this far side. Halberds getting engaged is meaning that these Sabertusk packs are getting ripped apart. Currently, the Ogres of Magic Gang are a little bit up on damage, balance, and power, but yet again, as we talk about with ranged factions all the time, you want to get a good lead before the front lines collide because you've spent money on ranged units. And his lead belchers are almost entirely shut down. His man-eaters with the Ogre pistols are having a tough time getting shots off at the moment. It's been a tough time for the ranged prowess of the Ogres to really shine through. Khorne halberds aren't little bitches, so hunters actually take a bit of poke there. We are the Dowie clan, Order of the Dowie Main. Pantalinade, I think a lot of your ODM compatriots, including Dactyr, would disagree. Magic Gang is pulling a little bit further ahead, actually, on the damage, balance, and power. Interesting that even after this fight, this might be a mistake. Dactyr running a full health unit of halberds off in the middle of nowhere probably is not helping his cause. Meanwhile, a big pocket of units ready to rout off right next to the white line. If Dactyr can pull up these Fleshhounds, which it looks like he's going to get a lot of value in the backfield over here, so I'm kind of excited to see that. Herald of Khorne is stuck fighting a hunter who is about to get some troll guts cast onto him, but halberd support is nearby, ready to help out. Ogres are having a mass rout moment. Could be bad for them as more halberds and more spawn are plowing in. Fleshhounds rout off the first Sabertusk, second Sabertusk. Looks like it's going to try and fight them, but 1v1 we've seen the Fleshhounds just keep winning this fight, and we have halberds nearby as well pushing up. So I think the Ogre's about to lose a lot of stuff. Where's that Herald? Is he dead? No, he's not dead. He's around. Cultist really needs to rally. He has plenty of leadership. He's just technically close enough to other stuff that he's not going to rally. Really? Really? You're not going to rally? Really? There we go. I was saying, he's getting way too close to the edge of the map. Alright, Fleshhound's still trying to push stuff off. Ogres are very far ahead on the balance of power. I guess it's the double stone bones. But the rest of their army is looking pretty beat up. Looks like the Fleshhounds will get ground down by just so many Saber Tusks. Even though they're all injured, there's just enough of them. They'll finish off the poor doggos of Khorne. They won't get the mass rout they really wanted. Cultist of Khorne does need to be rallied. Some Noblars are coming back, but who cares about that? And Khorne pushing back on the balance of power just a little bit. Khorne is having a bad day with the balance of power, man. We saw some Tzeentch stuff earlier, I thought, where Tzeentch was super far ahead on the balance of power, even though Khorne was doing fine. But yeah, that was also Dactyr versus Swerve. But here's what I'm talking about. The Hunters are not invincible versus Khorne. Khorne is one of the very few factions that can actually punish these big bastards for just running through. Their halberds are actually good units. They have insane melee attack due to all the buffs Khorne can throw at them. They do great armor-piercing damage, and the Spawn just have high enough weapon stick that they can get back. And Dactyr clawing himself back to the center on the balance of power almost. Lead Belchers are going to get flanked by Cultists of Khorne. Very, very sneaky Cultists of Khorne are going to take them out. We have very healthy halberds, 2 very healthy halberds, 2 or 3 half-health ones. We have some Spawn left. I think the Ogres are going to run into problems, especially as they're being just harassed and pushed towards this white line. So every fight they take now is more and more dangerous as they keep reforming their fight, you know, closer and closer to the white line. Eventually they run out of places to run to. Cultist of Khorne is back. He did shut down the Lead Belchers, ran them off the map, and now he's getting gooned out. But he already got off his Bloodletter summon, so now who really cares if he dies? Honestly, not a lot of people. Sabertusk catching out this Herald of Khorne is pretty bad. That'll be a big misplay, and I think he is about to get gooned out. That could be maybe a game-winning play for Magic Yang, but Dactyr was really scrapping back into this from a bad point. He's now at about the lowest point of the balance of power he's been, but like I was saying earlier, he has been at low points during this fight. Herald of Khorne getting gooned out like that, though, that's a pretty big mistake. Halberds fighting Noblars. Noblars are about to rout, and then the Halberds can turn and fight this Hunter that's charging into the middle of them. I just worry that leadership hit on Khorne's going to be too much. Pantaloonade, you're waiting to have IE to get your dwarves back. Hank Cyrus thinks Iron Man is an asshole. Yeah, he is. Is Odium allowed to play Dowie? The Saber are rampaged forever glitched? Yeah, that rampaging forever glitch is still in the game. Stonehorn did manage to rout off those halberds on the top side, and Khorne will be defeated, but it was a very, very, very close game. I liked that. Khorne's Soul Grinder sometimes decide to walk to the corner of the map for no reason. You can't control them then ever. Is that the Soul Grinder thing, or is that other units? Because I feel like that's a soul. Like I feel like other units do that on certain maps, which we've tried to cut from the pool. Fleshhounds of Khorne did well. Halberds did pretty well. Spawn did pretty well. Overall, the build is quite good. Just 1 or 2 key mistakes, unfortunately. For Magic Yang, Scrag didn't do very much. He just kind of supported some things. Lead Belchers also didn't do very much. Double Hunters carried pretty hard. Ogre Bulls did quite well. Sabertusk did surprisingly well. Wow, okay. That shocks me. And Noblars did fine. Alright. Magic Yang. Up 1. Can Dactyr pull it back? Imagine if I could have summoned a second Bloodletter. Khorne would be unstoppable. Alright. Dactyr's now going Ogres. Banning Tzeentch. GG to both, says Pantaloonade. I agree with the Superman thing is just super boring for you. Yeah. We'll get Ogres versus Cathay. I wonder what Magic Yang will try to do to stop the double Stonehorn madness, or if Dactyr's even going to go for that. Meanwhile, Stormvermin tournaments still started. I have no idea how far they've gotten. No idea. Yeah. No idea. Cyrus, nice vacuum. Yeah, it sounds like Grace is doing some cleaning or something. For anybody out there, Writer McWrightface bullied me into getting a Patreon. There'll be a video about it soon, but if you care, there's a Patreon now. Patreon.com/humanboy. There's 3 tiers. Hey, we got a second person? What? Who? Why? How? What happened? What the? How do I view that? You can tell I'm very new to this. I don't know these things. View your public page? That doesn't tell me who the patrons are. I want to know who they are. Anyway, there's Clan Mors, Clan Pestilence, Clan Rictus. I'll have some Discord polls that are just for patrons, like, hey, what are we doing today? Or what type of tournament are we doing? Or what game do I play that's not Warhammer 3 for this week? Because I tend to do some mixed streams. So you could have a weighted role in that, but I'm trying not to strong-arm people into it. It was just people were asking how to support the stream, and they were like, do you have a Patreon? And I said no, and they said, well, get one, and that's how this happened. So yeah, don't feel like you have to. Just letting you know it's there if you want to support this kind of content. Ooh, notification? Will that tell me? Jonathan Allen. All right. That's probably maybe McRightface. I don't know. Or it could be John Allen. I wonder if Grace has a cousin named John. Of the Allen tribe. Welcome with a personal message for Coops. For Coops? Hi, Coops. Yay, hi, Coops. But yeah. I'll make sure to do the things for that later. Anyway, we have a Patreon. Yay! And the next game is ready to go. So our stall for time has successfully worked. And now, kids, we learned that you can bully Rat Boy into doing anything. If you just message him saying, why don't you have this? And then I'm like, I don't know. I guess I'll go get one. That's pretty great. All right. Might join when I start working soonish. You don't have to. No one has to do anything. Wasn't John Allen the original name of John Muhammad, the DC sniper? I don't know. Maybe we're supported by the DC sniper. Maybe. Maybe he likes memes. Alright, we have a Terracotta Sentinel. I have tried this versus the Ogres. It feels like it doesn't do as much as you would think. But we'll see if it works out for Magic Yang. 2 cannons is nice. 1 Iron Hail is fine. Again, I've been struggling to make them, like, great, but they're good at killing the Stonehorns. They're just not great at it. 2 Peasant Archers. I do like some Archers to clear out the front line. We have Jade Lancers, who I've also been enjoying this matchup because they destroy Saber Tusk mobs, and then you can cycle charge some Ogres who don't have the best leadership. Jade Warriors, Peasant Long Spearmen, Jade Warriors with Halberds, and more Peasant Long Spearmen. So a bunch of spears. Like that build a lot. And in the sky, we have a Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord of Yang with Jade Shield and the Breath Attack. Again, I really like taking one other spell that can be useful. The Breath Attack is incredible and awesome, but once you run out of Noblars to kill, you need another spell to spend your Wind of Magic on. So it's good. For the Ogres of Decter, we have Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with Bone Crusher and Troll Guts? Yes. Double Hunter, one of which it looks like has the stock item, the other one does not. We have a bunch of Noblars, we have a bunch of Ogre Bulls, some Saber Tusks, more Ogre Bulls. Awful lot of Ogre Bulls and a very spread out formation. I almost wonder if this is too spread out from the Ogres as they're going to try to envelop Cathay, but we'll see how it goes. Usually you only see someone this spread out if they're trying to Iron Blast or Kite or something. Cyrus. We love hating Cyrus in this house. Cyrus is the stream bully. He just bullies me all the time. All the time. Ogibbles. With the dual weapons. Can Cathay beat the Double Stonehorn? I think they have the tools. Their Terracotta Sentinel does less than I would like, but he still does okay against the Stonehorns. And 1 Iron Hail Gunner, if you can keep him safe, can also do quite well against the Stonehorns. The only problem is going to come in if this Iron Hail Gunner gets a Bone Crusher summoned onto it, takes out 2/3 of its health, and then is immediately routed off the map. Then it's, pretty doomed. Pretty doomed. Look at this Terracotta Sentinel. Standing around, being a badass. Constantly disappointing me all the time. Well, that was a cool shot. I kind of want that as like a wallpaper. This is fucking cannonball streaming over this guy. It's badass. Fire again. I want to see it again. That's a good shot. I like the mountains in the background. That's nice. The DC sniper. In Washington, D.C. at one point there was a sniper who is being a terrorist. And killing people. A very not nice, no good person. Good play here from Magic Yang. Again, I will always praise Rinless for doing this. He's the first one I saw do it. But just going out and overcasting Dragon's Breath, you can instantly rout off a Noblar, do a ton of health, and then they're pretty much useless for the rest of the game. Because they're so low on health that even if they get close to your front line, they'll just rout off immediately. Spears on top of the cannon crew? Oh, were they like blocking it or something? Looks like. Anyway, it's good little pokes from Cathay. They're trying to get their damage value out. Surprisingly, they've only got 96 damage value. I think most of it's from that breath attack. But now the first of the cannon shots does actually land on an Ogre Bull. It looks like they're all firing into the trees at that Hunter and just not making it through at all. And we do have some Sabertusk on the flank, but Peasant Horsemen will lose to them pretty badly. Jade Lances, on the other hand, will destroy Sabertusk, because Sabertusk don't have any good armor piercing at all. And they only have 30 armor, 28 melee defense, so the Jade Lancers will usually do quite well in that trade. Good for them. I have a message. Is it about this game? No, it's from Cyrus. Cyrus, I'll check in a second. I will check in a second. Cannonballs are still firing into the Ogres, who are approaching. Not having the best time of it. And we do have Jade Lancers charging out. You can see they just demolished the Sabertusk pack in the fight, already rampaging them. But there was a stalked Hunter nearby. They didn't know they were also engaging, so they're going to get the Jade Shield. Nice little play here, giving them some damage resistance as they're going to try and run away, but they will have a tough time because they're slower than the Sabertusks, and they're even being further slowed by, it looked like, something else. But they're also going to get cut off by Ogres, so what started off as a good play, just because of the stalked Hunter that Magic Yang didn't know was there, is going to turn into a pretty bad time as the Ogres also pile in there. Double cannons are both still online. They're still shooting, doing a lot of damage to the incoming Ogre units. But as soon as this Hunter paths back here and starts disrupting, the cannons deployed so close together is going to become a real problem because they'll both get compromised at the same time. Meanwhile, a beautiful breath attack in the back, hitting both of those Peasant Longspear and really shutting them down. We have the Bang Stick from Dactyr. Nice cast because it looked like it was too early, but it's not actually a widening tier-shaped spell. It's really just a line, like Anticity was talking about with also that Lash of Slanesh spell. So it didn't matter that the edge of the cone wasn't on any of the units. It just went in the line, disrupted a lot of things. Stonehorn is back here. He's trying to stop the Great Cannons from shooting. It looks like a Terracotta Sentinel is going to be near him. And this is what we worried about since the start of the game. A Bone Crusher is going to hit those guys, lowering them so much that a rear charge from these Ogres will rout them off the map. Now they might rally in a second or something, but that is your only real short-ranged armor piercing to take out these Hunters. And I think the dual Hunters are going to just roll over this game unless the Terracotta Sentinel puts on a show. The dual cannons, they're trying to keep firing, but now they're getting rear charged by Sabertusk. Sabertusk are going to eat that crew alive as long as they don't get distracted by the cannon models themselves. Cannons will be shut down, and it is going to just be up to the Terracotta Sentinel to deal with these Hunters who have healing, and he does not. Another good breath attack, though, from Magic Gang, really trying to get rid of the Noblars. And he's done a lot of things right this game. I just think that this matchup is, in the current state it is, your build has to have a lot, and I mean a lot, of contingency plans for dealing with these Hunters. And it felt like Magic Gang's build was, the single unit of Iron Hail Gunners can never be killed, and if they are killed, the Terracotta Sentinel is going to have to solo carry. And I just don't really think that's going to be enough. So this would be an instance where I think Magic Yang played pretty well. I think his build just made him need to play so much better than Dactyr, and he didn't. Dactyr just played fine. Like, Dactyr played about as well as Magic Yang played, and his build gives him a significant advantage. Very nice surround and pushing from Dactyr. I was worried he went too wide at the start, but it ended up working out for him. He's very patient about moving up, didn't overextend with anything, didn't get shot too bad. He let a lot of his Ogres get shot by cannons, but hey, what you gonna do? And it didn't seem to matter in the end. and I do think that is a GG. Balance of power is not even remotely close to army losses yet, but I just think too much stuff's compromised. I mean, look at all the routing red units that just aren't going to come back, and look at how healthy these ogres are. Both the hunters still almost full health, Slaughtermaster's almost full health. We have some pretty healthy ogre bulls running around. Are those even iron guts? Just ogre bulls. Iron Hail counters are coming back, but they really struggle. Once they lose some models, without the volume of fire, they just feel like they can't get the same amount of stuff done. And there's even a rampaging Sabertusk right in their face that might stop their ability to shoot. But they're just tickling the Stonehorn. Stonehorn doesn't give a shit. Quick little breath attack. Hurts some Noblars, gets rid of them okay, but the Terracotta Sentinel surrounded by ogres, and he is just, as I was saying at the start of the thing, he just really doesn't do as well as you think he would do. He hasn't even paid for himself, and he's been fighting a hunter this whole time. And the hunter only has 32 mana influence, so it's not, like, crazy. It's not like he can't possibly get hit by the Terracotta Sentinel. Sentinels are just weird. They're weird units. They're not bad, they're just... They're very defensive, and I think that's a weird thing to think about with them, is that they feel like they would be this big, badass killing machine with, like... He's wounded right now, so his stats are lower, but normally he has pretty high melee attack and 600 armor-piercing weapon damage. But they really don't duel very well. They're just kind of big, unbreakable, tanky bastards. Magic Gang has now fallen behind on the damage balance. Very far behind on the balance of power. And a lot of his units are routing out. I do think this is the big ogre. The biggest, baddest ogre. So I'll not ask Cyrus. I'll see what Cyrus wanted. There you go. Thanks, Cyrus. That's actually a good picture. I like it. It's very epic. You don't always bully me. Just usually. God, you're effective at it. All right. As this game is wrapping up, because I do believe it is over, not to call a game too early, but I literally don't see any mathematical way the ogres can lose at this point, I will message... In the Stormvermin and Grey Seer League, one of our semifinals has one of the two players involved, so I'll message them and say, wait for me, no matter what. No matter what! If you get opponent... Get a lobby and picks and armies, but wait for me. Finishing up previous tourney. We are on game 3 now, so shouldn't be long. Because we will be on game 3. As Dactyr is going to pull the series back to even, I suspect. Everything's routing, so we have some very wounded Jade Warriors Halberds. We have an extremely wounded Terracotta Sentinel with no healing, a half-blooded, yes, a half-health Dragon-Blooded Lord, and no... Oh, we do have a Yang unit. Sorry, a Yang unit to buff all the Yangs. I guess if the Cannon Crew gets more involved, they could buff them, but I still don't see this coming back at all. Army Losses is honestly about to hit. There it is. It was a good show. That's a good show. Double Stonehorn. Be strong. That is the thing, though, is you can't just right-click Double Stonehorn and win. Sure, it's pretty fucking overpowered at the moment, but, like... You could also see that Dactyr quickly prioritized what can kill these guys, shut them down very efficiently. The Iron Hail Gunners and the cannon took them out, and then once they were out, just rolled over the game from there. Had a very long surround, so it's like, it's not just, oh, right-click on their army and you win. It's like, nah, you still have to set it up. I beat Double Stonehorn with Cathay about half the time, and it's just, like, you still have to play it right. GG. GG. So we're going to game 3. And this is the final game, no matter what, between these two players. And whoever wins this will be the winner of the Skaven Slave Clanrat / new player tournament. We'll pop up to the Stormvermin area. Double Stonehorn Hunter wins again. Yup. Yup. Raced and Rinless are ready in the Stormvermin semifinals. That'd be a good semi to start off with. Now you just right-clicked on his army, actually? Yeah. Sure you did. Sure you did. We all know you have scripts. Scripts, hacks, cheats. Okay. Bobman has defeated WWD in a close 3-game series, and now Bobman has to fight Randomnix. Zepp and Lord Catterchin are still going back and forth. Raced has defeated Coops, the Valiant Coops, and Rinless has defeated Llama 13K. I only play games where I can cheat. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, we have Tzeentch versus Nurgle / Cathay. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Daxter's going to go for Cathay because Nurgle is considered super hard countered by Tzeentch, but maybe he's crazy. Maybe he wants to fight fire, magic, damage, ranged units. Maybe. Tzeentch versus Cathay is a fine matchup. Cathay's got plenty of teeth in it. I'd say it's like a 55-45 matchup in Cathay's favor, but it's a little more standard Warhammer 2 type stuff. Like, both armies have ranged units, both armies have cavalry, both armies have good spells. It's pretty good. I personally like when I play Cathay to go a cav rush, but it's a little risky. It's a little risky. I need a drink. Is that the moo cow? Is that the moo cow? Well, I'm closing the door. Look at the moo cow. Mooing about. Being cute and sweet, yeah. Being cute and sweet, yeah. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yeah. Who is the floofy man? Who is the floofy man? Why you meowing at mom? Why meowing at mom? You're stressing her out. You're stressing her out. You are stressing her out. Get on out of here. Get on out of here. With Nurgle's wonderful mobility of toads and flies, they should have no issue catching Tzeentch ranged. Oh, yeah. See, Coops, you make a joke, but also the other part of that joke is Tzeentch range is definitely weak once you catch them. Wink. Put on the unit cap? That's a great cow right there. He's a good moo cow. All right, we have 10 votes. Everyone said no, so I'm gonna go get a glass of wine. BRB. back with my wink wink grape juice. I'm back with my wink wink grape juice. How's everybody doing? We got 26 people watching. Feels good. Feels a little bit like the Warhammer 2 days when viewership was high. So for channel shit, we have a lot of exciting things coming up. I've pinged people a crap ton in the Discord today, so I'm not going to ping it. But we have a friend over in the RTK channel, Dante's Inferno. We were having a laugh, and he kind of strong-armed me. He bullied me into doing a typing speed tournament. So Thursday night, we'll get him on the stream. We'll invite some people to do typing speed, and I'll explain more later. But basically, type the words as fast as you can and get a score, and we're gonna have a typing speed tournament. It'll be silly. It'll be fun. Tomorrow night, not tonight. Originally, I told some of the people it was gonna be tonight, but I haven't hung out with my IRL friends in a long time. Some of them, everybody is like diverse friends, so I haven't hung out with some of my high school friends in a while. Thought I would cancel that stream for tonight and actually spend some time with them. So tomorrow night, we'll be doing a tabletop session for a game I made where it's kind of like, well, the story behind it really quick is you're on a spaceship, you just invaded a planet, you're coming home with the spoils of war, you feel good about yourself, and then there's a bumping, a rattling in the ventilation ducts, and you're like, wait, did we bring something back with us? And then there's a thing over the loudspeaker that says, yeah, we're going to have to fucking abandon ship like right now. And then you as a player, you pick a few recruits that have various amounts of health, speed, and special powers. You equip them with weapons, and then you complete the mission I assigned to you. Like the first mission, the prologue is the hangar. You were standing around the hangar unloading your ships, and these things are spotted, so you have to get everybody that's in the hangar onto the ship safely, and then launch the ships out the door. And then if you complete the mission, you get some resources that you can use to upgrade your soldiers or buy new ones, and anybody who's wounded or dead, it's just wounded or dead. Should be a fun time. We're going to rotate out people, so like if I invite you to the first session and you play the first session, I probably won't let you play again until everybody who's wanted to play has played. So it'll be kind of fun stuff. So people will build off things like if there's a player slot 1 ended up buying these things and the next person take over player slot 1, they could get kind of jokingly fucked over by someone else. So that should be fun. I'll have a good time with it. Pretty excited. The stream lacks elves. It does lack elves, but also we're fine with that because elves are bad. Sounds good. You have friends, press X to doubt. Wait, wine? What did I miss? It is just spicy grape juice. So, for Dactyr... No, Dactyr's Cathay. We'll start with Dactyr. Dactyr, we have a Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord of Yang. We have an Alchemist on the ground with Searing Doom. And we have an Astromancer with Wind Blast. Okay, I don't love the Wind Blast pick. I'm very underwhelmed by this spell these days, but we'll see. Jade Warrior Crossman with shields, a lot of them. That is a good pick into Tzeentch. I really like that. Celestial Dragon Crossman is also a neat pick. I know some people have really been liking them on the Cathay meta, and they feel good. We do have one Iron Hail Gunner. Not super sure what they're for, but they are here. They're nice armor piercing. They just have trouble seeing anything. Jade Warrior Frontline, Peasant Longspear Backline. I don't see any cannons to force your opponent to come to you. Yeah. I don't see any cannons to force them to come to you. So he's going to have to move out a little bit. Which is fine, because currently he's surrounded by cliffs, and that would be kind of tricky. But this map is a little tricky to deploy. So I think it's fine, especially because he doesn't have cannons, so he's going to have to walk up. And Tzeentch doesn't have any ground-based flankers. He just has flying flankers. So I think this deployment's fine, personally. Call HR, elves bad, fight you? I will fight you. And elves aren't bad because they lack skill or anything like that. Elves are bad because they're bad people.
We fight not only for our lives, we fight for our...
I'm getting ganged up on over here. For Tzeentch, we have 4 Chaos Furies of Tzeentch. We have a front line of Blue Horrors. We have a secondary line of Forsaken. We have some Spawn. And we have an Exalted Lord of Change of Metal, the Final Transmutation, Plague of Rust, the Fury Summon, and Searing Doom. Very standard, very nice build for Magic Yang. He is going to have to rotate it pretty heavily. to get engaged where he wants to. He's also going to have to use this Exalted Lord of Change to harass the Dragonblooded Shugi Lord off, so she can't just breath attack his whole army to dust, which it looks like he is going to do some good play there. As for armies favorability, I favor the Tzeentch army here because Forsaken Spawn are such a menacing front line. Sorry, my nose is itchy. They're such a menacing front line. You think crossbows could help handle them, but they really struggle to do the amount of damage you need. I don't know. I think this Cathay army is just a little thin. I think its Jade Warriors are going to get plowed through and the Archers are going to get compromised, but we'll see. It's not like... When I say one build is favored, I think it's like 5% more likely to win kind of thing. Not like, Dactyr is completely screwed. I just think like, if both these armies were played by AI, I think Tzeentch would win. Are Skaven good people? No, and I love them for it. Somehow these Jade Warrior Crossmen took damage. I honestly missed what happened to them, but good for you. Magic Yang setting up a nice slow surround. He's not leaving any of his units too far behind before he gets in range. I say that as this Blue Horror is really struggling to keep up with the rest of the pack. And we're going to get an early Fury Summon that might dive itself onto some crossbows just to save the rest of the army a bit of punishment. Zep, you're in the chat. How's your best of 3 going? You guys doing alright? You and Lord Catterton have been going at it for a while. Blue Horrors take a nasty breath attack, but their shield ate a lot of it, and they are also still a chaff unit, so they'll get into range now. They are going to start firing as the crossbows sink their teeth in. And the Furies give up the chase on the Lord of Yang. They're not going to catch her, and they dive onto the Iron Hail Gunners. Really nice choice, as the Jade Warriors and the Celestial Dragon Crossmen are also armored. The Furies would have a tougher time. Iron Hail Gunners are probably the right target there, and they shut them down. Tzeentch Furies are coming in as well, and using the Exalted Lord of Change as a melee single entity. I often forget to do that. I always treat him as a caster and so squishy, but he's more like Zarthoriel than anything else, and he's actually decent melee combatant. Really nice play here from Magic Yang with the Furies. I really like what's going on. Hits them. One, gets a nice flank and he does lots of damage, but also hits them just at the time his front line is hitting their front line. So he's really protecting them from a lot of damage that is coming in. But Cathay is still pulling very far ahead on the damage balance of power. Despite that, these first spawn have really been hurt. I think they got hit by a couple volleys from the Celestial Dragon Crossman before anything else went down. Something is getting cast here. I think it's a Searing Doom from the Alchemist. So it's from Dactyr, and he's going to do some damage. And oh no! Magic Yang forgot an entire spawn back here. That is brutal. And now he has some Blue Horrors piling into melee without doing their range damage first. A couple key misplays that might cost him the game. As we can see, Dactyr is almost 2-1 on the bounds of power over there. And oh yeah, these Blue Horrors over here forgotten as well. Magic Yang did some really good plays I liked a lot, but some key mistakes are really going to hurt him here, and I think that will be Dactyr taking the series. Again, early to call, but look at how badly the Tzeentch frontline is getting messed up with some of its ranged units getting into melee, some of its spawn forgotten entirely. It's just a brutal time, but it was good. It was good. Good first play. Easy thing to... easy analysis. It's like, well, the Fury play was A+, maybe even S tier. Great stuff from the Furies. What did I do wrong? Well, you forgot some units. All right, fix that and you're good to go. Bye. Second Fury Summon comes out. Again, the balance of power is almost even, slightly Cathay favored, but if you look at that damage balance of power, I think that tells you the real story. Because so much of the balance of power is locked up in the Exalted Lord of Change. The game just values Tzeentch Lords super highly, but Tzeentch is running out of gas across the battlefield. And now the spawn are remembered, but they're coming in too little too late. And Cathay's front line is messed up, as we talked about, so if the push had been a little more organized as far as the front line goes, they maybe could have pushed through and shut down a lot of these crossmen who took a lot more damage from the Furies than I would have expected. Maybe they could have closed this game out. Nice breath attack's going to kill some Forsaken. Does a little bit of friendly fire on the Jade Warriors, and Jade Warriors are now going to get pushed back. But I think Dactyr's just going to pull back his ranged units, pull up his secondary front line of the Peasant Long Spears, fire in, and this game will be all but over. Magic Yang is a bit rusty. Don't you make excuses for him, Pantlinade. Don't you do it. There is no acceptable reason that he ever loses a game. We must flame him into eternity. and make sure he feels bad about himself. No, he played fine. He got to the finals. He took the finals to game 3. Mistakes happen. I mean, hell, Dactyr ended up winning this whole thing. And we mentioned in his Khorne game it was going okay against those ogres until his herald got a little too far out and got caught. So it's like, mistakes happen to good players all the time. All the time. Quick little Searing Doom. Gonna do really good damage on this Peasant Longspearman, actually. Overcasted, even. You can see what I was talking about with how this game was going to go. Look at these ranged units. They're all so low. They're all harassed. And the front line for Cathay is almost entirely gone. So just like, that's the game of inches we're playing right now with this matchup. And it's why it's one of my more favorite matchups in the game. But it's just like a little mistake, a little mistiming on the front line engagement. And you're punished so heavily. Tzeentch is trying to claw his way back into this game. Just don't see it with one Forsaken that's about to rout, a blue horror that has no ammo, and just an Exalted Lord Change. I don't think he can cycle charge the rest of this stuff off the map. Zep's going into the 3rd round. Good luck, good luck. Both you and Lord Catterchin are absolute chads, so it's hard to root for either one of you, but I hope you do well. I hope you're at least happy with your game results. Magic Yang is going to cycle charge around with his Exalted Lord of Change, but there's just too much left. It was close. It was real close. How far in is this? This is the last game of the finals venge of the first tournament, but we are about to enter, as soon as this game is over, we're going to enter the second tournament, which is Stormvermin through Grey Seer. So if you're familiar with the Anticity model, or what we did for Antladder with the RLCs, where it was gold through master and then like, well, I think it was gold through bronze and then platinum through master, that kind of thing. It's a similar system where Clanrat, Skaven Slaves, and new players are in this tournament. This is the finals of that, and then we're going to roll straight into the semifinals, which are ready for the next tournament, where Rinless and Raced have been kindly waiting for us. So we're going to move up to the higher tier tournament in just a second here. 2 hours late. True, Venge, but if everything holds true, there's another 2 hours to go, so buckle up. We have a while. Tariff? Tariff? Tariff, the guy I've been copycatting? Why are you here? Are you here to yell at me for copying you? Tariff, did you see my latest bug video? It was a little longer than your stuff typically is, but I thought it was hilarious. The Cathay guys climbing that mountain. It's good shit. It's good shit. What happened to Antladder? Anticity wanted to take it in a hybrid format. See you, Tariff. You have a good time. Tian, yeah, Anticity wanted to take the ladder in a different direction, so he helped me a little bit set up land battle space. So there's a space for his hybrid game mode, and there's a space for land battles, and I still run land battles. But both are pretty good. Both are pretty good. For Magic Yang, Exalted Lord of Change did well. His Furies didn't get great value, but they sacrificed for the sacrifice gods. Why are you watching your inferior version? I agree. I'm Terraflight. But Dactyr kept his range units as safe as he could, pulled them back, and he will be the winner for today's ODM Civil War. GG, Dactyr. GG. Well played. Well played. Proud of you. And we will go right into the other semifinal. Which one is it? Oh, crap. Horned Hills. I'm looking for a map that starts on Horned Hills. Is it ... I hope it's ... Yep, I found him. Okay. So I'm here. Rinless and Race can start whenever. I'll message them. Thank you for waiting. We are good to go. I'll change the names in a second, but I do want to take you over so you understand what the hell just happened to you. So, this tournament is over. Dactyr did win it over Magic Gang. It was a very good 3-game series. Congratulations to both of them. We are bouncing up to the Stormvermin versus to Grey Seer version. Rinless and Race are ready for us. We'll start with this semifinal. We wait for Zepp and Lord Catterchin and Bobman and Random Nicks to get the other semifinal set up, and we'll roll right into finals. So, we're only halfway done. Halfway done. More Warhammer content forever. And Tariff was here, so today was a good day. We're readying up. I'll change the names while we load in, but I can get rid of this. Looks like we have Kislev Mirror to start off. Fun for everyone. I didn't see who was on the top, actually. I think it was Rinless. He's LS Rinless. And on the other side, we will have Raced, who I think is unaffiliated at the moment. Zero. We'll see. If the red army is Rinless, then I'll have to change that, but oh well. Elves not very cultured. Osiris. Cathay is known for their mountain climbing abilities. Different game format, but similar in the rankings. Yes, undivided power. Yes. Alright, Raced is red, so we have the scorecard right. And yeah. Yes. So it's pretty much just Ant Ladder, but I happen to run this one. Ant Ladder exists for hybrid mode, and then CA has quick battles for domination. In the Kislev Mirror, Raced. I personally really like Boris Ursus here. I think he's very good. Raced is bringing 2 Streltsy, a whole bunch of Kossars, not armored, just the Archer variant. We have some Kosovo Dervishes. We have the Tsarina with a Patriarch. Tsarina has Frost Sheet. Oh, Ice Sheet. Weird. Okay. Heart of Winter, and then her Frost Fang. Pretty good set of spells. We do have 1 Little Grom. We have a couple armored Kossars in the front. We do have 1 Light War Sled. And that's it. It's just a really big gun line. Not sure if he can defend all that. On the other side, for Rinless, we have double Snow Leopard. I really like them in this matchup. They're very good at taking out chariots. Rinless also has double Heavy War Sled, so he has a big chariot blob for himself. He has 1 Patriarch to heal them up. He also has an Ice Witch of Ice with the Snow Leopard Summon and Heart of Winter. Armored Kossars in the front line, back line of regular Kossars, and 1 Streltsy. So, I think Turin was the one the other day that was wondering why there weren't more Streltsy use in this mirror match. It looks like both these players took that to heart, as we have 3 Streltsy in this game. That's 3 more than we've seen in the last month. Personally, I think Rinless's build is going to dominate. I don't think Little Grom is going to be able to find a good target, and I think this build is too weak to chariots, and Rinless has 2, plus he has some Snow Leopards. We'll see. Maybe double Streltsy can shoot all the chariots on approach, but typically that's not how this goes. I have had many a time where I told all of my ranged units to shoot war sleds, and they either refused to or didn't do any damage. Also on Turin's stream versus Random Nicks. In the Kislev Mirror, had all my Kossars turned to shoot the stupid sleds, and they sat there and they said, "Sir, we're ready to fire, but we refuse to because we are assholes." Little Grom fires in, pokes off a few Streltsy. That's good. Lots of infantry, but one side is more sleds. Easy bet. Well, don't count out Raced. It's a lot of Kossars, though. That's what I'm worried about, is that the ranged units are just basic archers. Basic archers aren't particularly good against Kislev, because they're either armored, shielded, or both. Rinless going for a long flank with his 2 heavy war sleds. Getting hard to punch him. What the hell? Oh! Okay, Raced had some Vanguard Kossovite Dervishes. They're going to charge into Kossars and Streltsy, getting a good value over here. Now, only 15 armor on these Kossars, so they'll probably do a little bit better there. But the Streltsy have 70 armor, though subpar melee stats. And a quick poke in on these light war sleds as they charge in are going to get messed up. And the Ice Fang, Frost Fang from Cathay trying to do some damage. So that was a very interesting flank over there, really disrupting the blue lines. And now the big problem with this isn't that the flank itself is happening. It's doing okay damage, not really great. No one really cares that much. But the problem is Rinless might be flustered because he's currently engaging with half his army while the other half is fucking around in the open field. So that could be a problem, as half his army is going to take on the full red army, while the other half is distracted. Could be a problem. Rinless does get a really nice Heart of Winter cast, forcing the red army to move around, and the double heavy war sleds come in from the side, entirely delete a unit of Kossars, and they're going to try to get out scot-free. Now, will they get out scot-free? I don't know. We have double Streltsy and a little Grom shooting at them as they run. They should get punished, and they really are. And Rinless might be in trouble here. He's taking a lot of damage. Now, he is slightly ahead on the damage balance of power, but Raced is clawing that back very quickly. And all said and done, it's a rough trade. If you can take off some of the heavy war sled models, maybe you'd be better off, but unfortunately can't. Gonna pull his Zarina and the Patriarch back. And reset, refuel. I think Rinless, in the end, came out slightly ahead on that trade, because he did kill the entire light war sled. He did kill that entire Dervish. Yeah, they're gone. Either shattered or straight up dead. But it was a nice try from Raced. I really liked what he could have been doing there. How goes Blob Hammer 3? Honestly, Loopy, not that bad. We've had some pretty banger games today, honestly. Should we wait on you for second semi? Yes. Yes, Zep, you should wait on me. Please do. Armored Kossars are charging in out of ammo. They are very injured, and this could be risky for Rinless. I don't like this at all. Charging into a single entity blob fight is normally good, but you're sitting in front of two enemy Streltsy who can really pepper in on you. And this feels so risky. I feel like he's about to take a ton of damage. A big Heart of Winter from Raced is going to clear out a lot of the chaff for Rinless. And you can see Raced is pulling ahead on the damage balance of power, and I would agree. He has a really nice setup of Conclave of Fire here, fighting in onto all these single entities if he can get them, but a good play from Rinless, using the heavy war sleds to really drive through the Streltsy just to disrupt them. It is doing good damage, but it's not as much about the damage. It's trying to let the single entity fight happen, because he's going to win it. He has way more models in the fight. And I was worried they were all going to get shot. Thankfully for Rinless, not thankfully for the rest of us. Sleds are still sleds, and they can disrupt infinite amounts of enemies. Now, they are getting punished. They're very low on health. They're going to start losing models here quite rapidly, and it looks like it's going to be a trade of a Patriarch for a heavy war sled. Not great, not terrible. Bounce power is roughly even, slightly favored to Rinless, and I would agree. Zarina plows into a 4v1 trying to chase down these heavy war sleds. That could be a big mistake, but it looks like the red army is going to just focus on ranged units and hope that they can kill them all before the Zarina dies, but that is not going to go her way. She's getting beat up, she's getting bullied, she pops her passive, but it's not going to matter when she dies in just a second here, and that is very bad. Overall, I really liked this game. Raced a couple overextensions, couple mistakes, but he had a lot of cool plays I really liked, and I did say at the start I liked Rinless's build more, so the fact that it was a close game I think says a lot to how well Raced played, but in the end, one overextension with your Patriarch and your Lord gets the Patriarch killed, another overextension with your Lord gets your Lord killed, and that's how that goes. That was a good fucking game, though. That was a good fucking game. I liked it. Zep did prevail over Lord Catterchin, though it sounds like it was a very hard-fought series between the two. Went to 3 games, and he awaits his opponent between Bobman and Random Mix as we get ready to go into Game 2. At this point, I see no way for Race to win. All of his units are compromised except for one Kossar in the back. Everything else is dead. Rinless has plenty of things left. Army losses pops. All the Kislevites are using their unbreakable passive right now, so we just have to wait for that to end. That was good shit, though. I liked it a lot. Snow leopards not very appreciated. Changed my mind. Got him. That was nice. It sucked. Like, mirror matches are in Warhammer 2 were considered boring, but mirror matches might be some of the best stuff in Warhammer 3, because that was a refreshing game for me. And some people might be like, oh wow, Chariot's running over the game, real refreshing, Human Boy. Yeah. But aside from that, we had some cool tactics on either side. There's a cool sallying forth Vanguard from Raced. It was very risky. It kind of paid off for him. Then Rinless counterplayed it super well. There was a lot of back and forth. I liked it a lot. I don't give a shit if it was a mirror. I don't give a shit if heavy war sleds were involved. It was good. Because even the heavy war sleds, they struggled to get their value. Look at between the two of them, they paid for one of them. So the heavy war sleds didn't even get the good value. The Ice Witch did great. The Patriarch did great. Streltsy struggled, but those are the ones that got Vanguard on. Snow Leopards carried super hard. And the other infantry for Rinless did fine-ish. Yeah, pretty good overall. And then for Raced, his Tsarina did okay work, but eventually got killed. Little Grom did okay. His light war sleds also got killed. So all the war sleds did jack shit. His Streltsy did awesome. Armored Kossars did okay. Classified Dervishes got mostly shut down, but they did what they had to. And the regular Kossars got less value than Rinless's. So maybe trade out 2 or 3 of these Kossars for some other units. Maybe that'd be a way to go, but I really liked that. Snow Leopards are great, but have awful mass. You have awful mass. No, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry for shouting. Also, Zip, if you're still here, when you get your opponent, make a lobby and do your first pick and ban and build your armies. Just wait for me to hit start game. But if possible, it'd be nice to join your guys' lobby and we just move right into it. Sound good? Good. I'm curious who will win of Random Nix versus Bobman. Random Nix is my favorite to take the whole tournament, so I personally think he's probably going to beat Bobman, but Bobman is not a player to fuck around with. He's really good. The reason I was kind of dogging on him earlier is I think he's a little out of touch with the meta in Warhammer 3. He hasn't been grinding it nearly as much as Random Nix, but you never know. Kid's got good hands. Dactor, Human Boy trash talking my Windblast pick and I didn't even notice it killing everything. I don't think it killed a single unit, Dactor. I think you are a liar, a thief, a charlatan, and you're permabanned. Permabanned. Get him out of here. Turn around. Raced and Rinless are ready. We have Cathay versus Khorne. I've heard a lot about this Cathay build. I haven't gotten to see it in action. I know Rinless plays Cathay very differently than I do into Khorne, and I've been struggling recently versus Khorne, so I did want to see how he plays this, because my method isn't working very well right now, where you go tight and you try not to give Khorne a lot of kills so he can't get his army abilities, but I've just been getting ground down really badly. So we'll see what Rinless does here. Cathay's going to need a little setting up, so I'll go over and talk about Khorne quickly, because their army is significantly smaller. We have double Bloodthirster. Oh, no, Scarbrand. Okay. Bloodthirster and Scarbrand? I've never seen that combination. Interesting. I kind of get it, though. The Exalted Bloodthirster is one of my most feared units when I play as Cathay, where it's just like, whenever I see the Bloodthirster, I'm like, fuck, dude. Oh, no. This is a different Cathay build than Rinless usually uses. Well, I'm still excited. You can't stop me from being excited. Anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, the Bloodthirster's ability to push through, because Cathay, as we saw with the double Stonehorn, Cathay really struggles with powerful single entities and can't lock them down. They don't have a lot of mass. So the Bloodthirsters can kind of cyclecharge in and out, and they can just goon your Lord super easily if you're not careful. Scarbrand's an interesting pick. I think it's mostly for his Rampage. If the Shugi Lord gets a little too eager, she could get Rampaged killed. We have a Cultist of Khorne, a crap ton of Chaos Warriors with dual weapons, and some Bloodletters very, very focused on getting through the front line. No shields for the entire army, so archers are going to do good work. We have some Fleshhounds in the back, and that's about it. A very small and tight army from Khorne. I'm worried about it. I don't love it. I don't love the build. So I would personally favor Cathay. We have 1 cannon to harass the start. We have 4 Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen. We have Peasant Long Spearmen and Jade Warriors all in a ring. And then we have a Dragon-Blooded Shungan Lord of Yin with the Summon and the Talons of Night. And we have an Astromancer with Aren's Thunderbolt. And a nice circle formation from Cathay. It's very orderly. I like it. I do think Khorne is going to be gunned down. That's my call, is that the Bloodthirsters are going to go nuts. They're going to do well, but I think the rest of the Khorne army is going to get completely gunned down by the Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen, and then slowly Scarbrand and the Bloodthirster will be the last things left, and they'll get whittled for the rest of the fight. Calling it right now. I like the Bloodthirster tech. I don't love the dual weapon Chaos Warrior tech. And I think this is just... Scarbrand and Bloodthirster is so expensive that they might have a hard time doing anything. Cyrus, I'll watch that later. Alright, cannons poking in on the Chaos Warriors. That's a good choice. They can't really dodge like Scarbrand or the Bloodthirster can. You'll have a very hard time dealing with that. Loopy saying harmonious formation. Yeah. Infantry spam, that's new? Yeah, well, that's what you get when your cavalry's pretty meh on the Cathay roster. You don't have single entity monsters to speak of. And on that you have ranged units, ranged units, and infantry. And that's it. We don't have horse archers. We don't have good monsters. So what do you want from us, Loopy? What's Cathay supposed to bring? What are we supposed to do? Oh, that Talons of Night completely messed up these Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. That's an entire 950 gold unit just deleted off the map. What's her value? 700, yeah, that's pretty good. What an amazing die versus Khorne game. Yep. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. Well, Khorne's going to spam infantry because their cavalry's all overcosted and underperforms, and their monstrous infantry is overcosted and underperforms. So Khorne's going to spam infantry. Nurgle's cavalry and air units all suck, and their single entities are good, so they're going to spam single entities and infantry. Cathay's going to spam infantry because they have okay cavalry after the changes, but still not great. They have no monstrous infantry to speak of, and they have one single entity that I think is overcosted and bad, so of course they're going to spam infantry. Tzeentch actually does do diverse things. Ogre do diverse things, though they spam a lot of monstrous infantry, but that's not infantry, as you're saying. Kislev does diverse things, mostly cherry flop, but oh, a nasty breath attack! Oh god, that was really nice from Scarbrand. Takes out an entire unit of Celestial Dreadguard. Anyway, my entire point was just saying that most factions in this game are forced to infantry spam because their rosters are either small or suck or both. Another beautiful Talons of Night is going to catch 2 Chaos Warriors of Khorne with dual weapons, routing both of them off, and you see the balance of power shifts pretty heavily into Cathay. I would agree. We have a summoned Bloodthirster. Sorry, Bloodletter. We have a summoned Bloodletter, a real Bloodletter at half health, and everything else is dead. So it's already down to the 2 Bloodthirsters, and one of them is almost dead, as Celestial Dragon Crossbowman got a volley or 2 off onto him and killed him. Longmas, bro. Longmas are really bad against ground units. They're so fucking janky for how expensive they are. 1,500 gold for a half-assed Pegasus Knight. In the air, they're incredible, but versus ground units, they suck. Forget about it. Bloodletter's taking more damage. Bloodletter's over here doing okay. Chaos Warriors of Khorne are barely hanging on. These Bloodletters are going to fade any second now, and the Cultist of Khorne is getting fought by the Shugi Lord. Scarbrand is surrounded, and I called it as this game started, that this is how it was going to end. Talons is insane. Yeah, Talons is pretty freaking good against armor. Mantle the Nade saying, hey, Loopy, what up? I hate Longmas. I only like them as defending my air pieces or defending me from Furies, but when they have to interact with anything on the ground, they're pretty bad. And, like, when I say pretty bad, someone's going to counteract and say, well, if you rear charge Noblars with Longmas, they do okay damage. Yeah, but remember, you're comparing a 1,500 gold Cav unit, right? 1,500 gold. And it does not do 1,500 gold worth of a Cav unit on the ground. It does, like, an 800. Like, I would rather, if entirely on the ground, I would rather have a Jade Lancer than a Longma, is my point. So, that's why I don't think Longmas are particularly good. Because Longmas have an issue with landing. Very nice Celestial Dread Crossbowman value. Very, very nice. And I think this matchup might be kind of cursed for Khorne. I used to think it was pretty bad for Kislev for Cathay, because of how good the Exalted Bloodthirster was at killing my whole army. But with the advent of these crossbowmen, some people liked Bloodletter spam to cut through the front line effectively. Some people liked Chaos Warriors, but like I was told by Rimless of all people, who just won this matchup, to use Bloodletters because Chaos Warriors are too slow. Well, like Bloodletters just get instantly shut down by archers. It's brutal. So yeah, I think this is a terrible matchup for Khorne. All right, so Rinless will advance to the finals. We're still waiting on Random Mix or Bobman to go face Zep. So while I do that, I'm going to make my case about the Longmas. Left screen, one of the recent videos. Got him. Yeah, so this will be silent so I don't get demonetized. But like, dude, so many times when I tell Longma to surround a single entity that's on the ground, that Exalted Lord of Change, they fucking do this shit. All right, guys, go surround him. Go surround him. Hey, go surround him. Hey, get on the ground. Go surround him. Hey, get on the ground. Get on the ground. No, okay. Up, okay. Up. All right. 1,500 gold unit, by the way. To explain several things you had wrong, misunderstood. Oh, I'm excited. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, yay. Let's read how I'm wrong today. Reducing its stats due to a new passive mechanic you are apparently unaware of. Oh, yay! I'm so stupid and dumb. Thank you, YouTube comments. The leopard had trouble in the forest to simulate the difficulty of navigating a forest, which the Stonehorn was not affected by. The leopard was also fatigued, leading to lower speed. FYI, 66 times 2 is not 100. Cool. The Stonehorn, which caught the leopard due to its charge bonus, which makes sense. The Ogre bulls were not hitting Boris, and the Ogre due to having lower melee attack in their defenses. You can find his video, which Circuit explains how that works. They were quickly killed by Ogre heroes due to having high stats and actually be able to hit them. If you're confused, try doing research to understand why. Let's take a fucking second, okay? Let's take a fucking second. I am so sick of this shit, and we're waiting anyway. See? We are waiting anyway on Random Next and Bobman, so we can take a fucking second. I'm sick of these takes. There's a brief little thing I want to talk about in this replay. I'm sick of these takes. So, all that shit about that this guy just said, he didn't watch the video. You know how I know he didn't watch the fucking video? Because I said exactly what he's talking about in there. He didn't listen. 66 speed to 100. To 100. And this hunter is keeping pace with him. Keeping pace. Keeping pace. Keeping pace. Did I say it beforehand?
Leaving the pile. This hunter has 66 speed. 66. This has 100. Now, I've made videos about speed before in Warhammer 2 and a little bit in Warhammer 3, and some people always say, oh, but charge animations. No!
Oh, but charge animations! Human Boy is so stupid you didn't factor in charge animations. It's in the video, you asshole! Just watch it before you flame me.
No.
I'm sick of it.
Fuck that. And I know charge animations are the reason that it's happening, but I don't have to be okay with the fact that it happened. 66 speed to 100. To 100. And this hunter is keeping pace with him. Keeping pace, keeping pace, keeping pace, keeping pace, and then this is new to Warhammer 3. This part...
So fast forward a little bit.
Cavalry and small... Stupid.
It's fine,
when it comes to trees. I don't know why.
So, the snow leopard hits a tree and, like, stops.
Why did they hit trees?
Captain
like,
Dumbass, what? That's it. I'm not even going to pretend to be friendly to this person. Captain Dumbass says, the leopard had trouble in the forest to simulate the difficulty of navigating the forest that the Stonehorn's not affected by. What fucking leopard does this asshole run into that runs headfirst into trees like a dumbass? Has he ever been on a walk? Has he ever been outside?
So much.
Leopards are agile. Tigers are agile. Anything in the cat family is an excellent hunter because it's extremely versatile, extremely mobile. It doesn't run face first into trees. And also, in your stupid real-world scenario...
Go straight through the trees. He doesn't count because he's too big. Otherwise, he couldn't get through the forest at all. But certain single entities...
Weird that the gigantic Stonehorn just gets to move through trees like he's a ghost because it simulates how hard it is to move through the forest. But of course, the giant ghost rhinoceros is an excellent argument, random fucking guy. I forgot about the ghost rhinoceroses that are out in the world.
And stop moving. Because they have to, like, get around it. I don't know why that happens to cavalry and stuff. Anyway.
But the ghost rhinos can plow straight through.
And then he walks.
Because we love ghost rhinos in this house.
Horse loads at 70 speed, they would never catch up. Yeah, okay, maybe a charge bonus should help a 70 unit catch a 70 unit so that something can happen in the game. I understand that you want to keep the pace of the game moving forward. I get it, okay? I'm not a fucking idiot. But 66 catching a fucking 100 is different. It is very different. That is stupid. That should never happen. Like, charge bonus should give you, like, 5 or 10 speed. So, two things that are very similar.
So, like, people with these kind of comments, and again, I'm flaming the shit out of them. And if you're one of those people and you're listening to this, I'm sorry, but I am tired of it. Over after a year, yeah, we're almost at a year, after a year of recording YouTube videos, and people jumping into the comments, not listening to the video, not listening to the point, and completely ignoring it and flaming the shit out of me, I'm over it. I'm kind of fucking over it. Like, the whole point of the video was I was saying that even with the charge animation, I know how it happens. I don't like that it happens, not how it happens. It's like, and I've talked about this before, but it's like, oh, I broke my shin. Oh, and then someone saying, oh, I have a solution. You broke your shin. Pointing out the problem is not the solution to the problem. You're just telling me why I'm mad. Yes, I'm mad that the charge animation of the Stonehorn can let it catch up to a faster unit. That is the point. I don't need you to tell me my shin is broken. I need you to call a fucking ambulance. Ugh. Anyway, the last thing I'm going to flame the shit out of this guy for is this. Zerkovich made a video about their low melee attack. I zoom in at one point, the Ogre's just standing there.
Because the melee units are performing so fucking poorly that he just needs to rely on the javelins. And, like, look at how little these Ogres are even trying to swing. That's the biggest problem. Look at these idiots. They're just...
Oh, but they're low melee attack, human boy. They're low melee attack. They're not even swinging. Guy who didn't watch the video and decided to call me an idiot. Fuck you. Fuck you in particular. I'm sick of it. I'm over it. I'm over it. You didn't watch the video. I flamed you on stream. Have a nice day. All right. That was that. Did you guys have fun? Because I did. All right, let's go back to this, and I'm gonna check in with the chat. You forgot, Dactor, you forgot formation attack? Yeah, dude, formation attack really fucks you over. I would assume that's troll, but who knows, maybe. Turn this bee into a research team. Who needs to learn? Yeah, no. Venge, I only did that because we're still waiting on Random Nicks versus Bobman. So I'm not holding up the whole tournament to do that rant. I was doing that rant to fill the gap in the tournament at the moment. Kislev weapons are full of vodka. Imagine this person just doing the comments, watches. Yeah. Dude, Dactor, that would have been sad. In a weird and upsetting way. I try to be entertaining. I try to be. I also love how that guy gets a comment that's just like, I flamed the shit out of you. But like, I'm over it. I'm over it. And that's the key takeaway is like, that guy, you can have, that's okay. This is the thing, is I will not flame you if you have a different opinion than me. My problem is when people come in, and this has happened to me for over a year. It's just YouTube culture, all right? I'm not shocked. I'm not, there's people on the internet who disagree with me without understanding the whole concept? What? That's insane. No, I'm not a fool, all right? But I'm over it after a year of reading these people's comments where they skip the end of a video. They don't watch the whole thing. They don't listen to my reasoning. And then they say points that I actively refute. But they say it like it's a novel fucking idea. And they're like, and that's why you're wrong. And that guy also kind of had that like energy about him. Like, do some research. Do some research before you make videos. Do it. Do the research. And I'm like, you didn't even do the research to counteract me. My video's 6 minutes long. You couldn't watch a 6 minute long video. You got a minute and a half in and turned it off and you're like, I know everything. That's why that guy probably read, I don't know. I'm already kind of, I'm too irate to think. What's the popular narrative thing? Okay, he starts a Harry Potter movie and he's like, boy goes to school, who cares? Not a big story here. Starts Lord of the Rings, and they're like, hey, they got the ring to Rivendell. Story's over. I know the end of it. Why is everybody talking about Mordor? We didn't even go there. Stupid movie. 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. I'm a little mad. Cyrus. I don't know what the guy's talking about, but you're wrong. All right. How are we doing on the Bobman side? Bobman and Random Nicks are still fighting. Do I see them in a lobby? That's actually a good question. Online games. Load. I don't see Random Nicks versus Bobman just sitting here, so I'm assuming they're in game 3. I'll assume. I'll message Random Nicks and Bobman and ask them where they're at, just in case. They should remove formation attack? No, Rinless. They're going to rework it. They said in the roadmap they were going to rework formation attack, so it was good now. And I was talking about it during that stream where I was just like, I don't know how you're going to do better than every model you have engaging. I don't think. Human Boy looked like he just released the largest dump of his life. Look at the relief on him after that. Alright, Benj, you have a good one. As someone playing Vermintide right now, your rant was more rage-filled than a Zealot Saltspire. Yeah, it can be that way. Though I try to make it entertaining. Like, the unfun take would be just being like, well, that guy's wrong. But the fun take is yelling at him on stream. For the audacity of watching one of my videos. What an asshole for watching my videos. What a dickhead. Okay. I'm messaging Bobman and Random Nicks at the moment, so 1 second. I responded to that comment calling you a Salt Lord. Yeah. Human Boy Salt Lord. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. How far are we in? I kind of want to give that guy a timestamp so he can find this thing, just so he knows how much he has driven me to insanity. CA will fix it by doing something dumb and just smacking a 15% melee defense buff on it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's just weird. It's weird to give something a buff so that a unit that's performing suboptimally by like standing in place instead of fighting, but it's like, oh, but they have better stats. And it's like, yeah, but like, why? Why would they have better stats for standing around? Anyway. I know we're just chilling. We're just chilling. Waiting on Random Nicks and Bobman to tell me how it's going. I didn't see a lobby for them at the moment. About 242-ish. Yeah, that's true. Jade Warrior shields are already really good with Harmony, so good luck with them when they have some formation attack buff. Yeah. Is there any good content coming up that I can show people? Any good content I can show people? We got 2 subs today. That's exciting. Oh, I'm very excited about... I have a Winds of Magic tier list that's coming out that I'm sure I'm sure the comment section is going to be so funny and so very friendly to me. There's a 6-minute video about a cultist 1v3ing Miao Ying and 2 Bloodthirsters. That's also pretty intense. Depends on when you joined. Yeah. We could rule the city, Spider-Man. Oh, I have a big Warhammer 3 rant coming out May 4th. So that's Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. It also includes a little couple clips from...
Why it happens. I know why it happens. It's the charge thing.
Okay, yeah. No. This pertains to this. Beat random nicks. Okay, Bob 1201. So Bobman's on his way. Bobman is on his way. We will get this started soon. But while we wait for him to enter this lobby, we have a lobby for you. There's a video coming out May 4th that my timestamps on it are Crane Gunners versus Giselles, plus more. Intro, cringe jokes, stats talk. Shit goes off the rails at 13 minutes into the video, and the video is 22 minutes long. Where I just start losing my shit. And I forget to talk about Crane Gunners and Giselles. And I just start talking about, like, everything about Game 3.
And it's depressing not because I love to just shit on this game. It's depressing because this is what I built my channel around. And this is what my community wants. And I want that. I want Warhammer content too. I want to play Total War Warhammer. I want to enjoy Total War Warhammer. I want to talk about...
Oh, this fucking guy.
Like, please go watch that video. One, it was meant to be humorous and kind of entertaining, but it also does, like, fundamentally piss me off. That, like, this game is this janky. And, like, oh, where's the next thing?
How long did that cultist last?
Charging him, still haven't managed entities. Like, charging him, still haven't managed to land.
Turn off the thing. 21 minutes. Yeah, he fights two Bloodthirsters and Miao Ying, the cultist and Nurgle does, over like 8 minutes, and he ends up healing by the end of it. Like, he ends up with more health than he had, and he kills all three of them. It's pretty great. And I just rant about the game for a while. It's quality salt. It's quality salt. Rip my ears. Uh-oh. Ah! That is loud. Alright, for Poland to watch that later. Shill your board game or book or tell when to stream next? Yeah, I can do that in between games here. Sorry, Kiara. Just missed it. Nani? We'll see when there's a patch. What did their roadmap say? Did their roadmap say a patch was coming, or are we on our own? So Rinless awaits in the finals. For now, we have Lord Zepp versus RTK's own Bobman. Bobman did defeat the randomest of nicks. So we'll see if he can beat Zepp. You got Mega destroyed in the Kislev mirror against Bob. We had pretty much the same armies even. Oof. Oof. That cultist is the new ever chosen. He should be. I think I said early May or something. I guess be in the 2 weeks, but I hope this week. What are they going to fix in the roadmap right away? Because I remember seeing a lot of good stuff. It's just that Immortal Empire is going to come out late. That was the big thing everybody was mad about. But I think, like, the stuff they're going to change is all really good. And they seem to be... They seem to be on point with what they need to change. It's just when it's going to happen. Update 1.2 May. Alright, so this is the one you're talking about. AI factions rebuild towers too quickly. Issues when falling units attack ground units. That'll be a big, nice change. Ranged units fail to engage valid enemy targets. That'll be a big change. Demon factions automatically declare war on Slaanesh vassals. No one gives a shit. Fix for issues that result in players getting stuck in the Slaanesh realm. Okay, that is a good change, but I don't play too much campaign. AI factions with an anti-player bias. I thought that was just a part of the game. I didn't think that was a bug, so okay. Snow Too Bright will be a good change. Auto-resolve improvements. Improvements to units' responsiveness will also be good. Improvements to single entity units dueling each other will be great. Technology tree reworks, don't give a shit. Leaderboard reset, it's fine. Regiments for Noun, that'll be hype. And then we go into quarter 3. So that's the only change for May. And that actually looks like a good patch. If they do all this stuff that they said they were going to do in the roadmap, that would be a really good patch. Yeah. Hopefully it's good. It's supposed to be the range unit and single entity fixes, assuming there will be some unit balance changes, but they're mentioning that. Those alone are good enough changes, though, dude. Good enough. Because, like, the reason Stonehorns are so oppressive is, as I was ranting to that guy about, who didn't watch the video, like, when ogres surround Boris, they just stand there with their hands down their pants. And it's like, no, swing at him. Like, yeah, your stats are lower, but you have 8 chances. Every time you swing, you have 8 chances of overcoming that odds difference, and Boris swings once. So, like, that's how surrounds work. What up, Rusty? How you doing? I've been having a great time with this stream. I can't speak for the audience, but we flamed the shit out of some people. It was great. It was great. Quality content. So you're gonna get mad, and I'm sorry. But we do have double hunters, and they're probably on Stonehorns, and I just want you to know that. And I want you to know that I feel you. Can Robert Manny Bungerman defeat Zepp, go on to defeat Renless, and prove me wrong that he's washed up? Put them in their place? Yeah, Rusty. It was a good rant. Like, later, I suggest you go back and watch it. It was very funny. Human Boy is an exalted flavor. I am a single entity. So, for Zepp, we have the Ogre build we've been seeing a lot today. We have some Sabertusk packs on the side, 4 of them. We do have some Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists. I guess that's a little different. More Ogre Bulls to support them. Noblars, 3 Noblar Trappers, double Stonehorn with Hunters on top, and a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with Healing and Bone Crusher. On the other side, a different take on Cathay. We brought great Long Marauders, which I don't ever take into Ogres because I don't think they're super worth it. My short reasoning for that is, like I bitched about earlier in the stream, they're terrible against ground units, and there's no air units to fight the Ogres, so they're only going to fight ground units. Anyway, Meowing the Star Dragon is a very interesting take. She has great dueling potential when she's in her dragon form. She can actually do a lot of damage to Stonehorns. I only worry that she's too expensive and the rest of her army will be too thin with her up in the sky. Aside from that, 5 Peasant Long Spearmen. We have Jade Warriors. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 2 Iron Hail Gunners and 2 Cannons. Alright, that works. That works. Alright. Let's check in some messages. I got a message, and I always get paranoid it's about this game, or someone will be in the chat like saying, "There's 3 Stonehorns, that's illegal!" And I'll be like, shit, need to do my job. But I don't need to do my job today because no one did anything wrong. Look at this guy. He's got white hair. Is that an old ogre? That's an old ogre! That's an old-ass man. Why do you have old men on the front lines, ogres? What's this about? Have too many of you been killed in Warhammer 3? Should I be worried about your population? Explain! Actually, there's a lot of them with silver hair. Good God. Anyway, nice setup from Zepp here. He's going to use this forest to screen a lot of his ogres so he can advance as far as he can without getting shot. You can see he put all of them behind this little embankment of things. The only hunter that isn't in the trees is the one that's invisible of its own right, but the Long Marauders are going to fly out and find him right away. How do they know he's there? Because he starts out the game visible for just a brief second before the trinket kicks in, so Bobman knows he's somewhere in this direction. He flies close enough that, wow, he doesn't find him. Wow. Surprising. Anyway, Noblar Trapper's over here, unspotted as well. Bobman's hovering near these trees, trying to catch this hunter if he comes out, but can't quite find him just yet. and some of the Noblar Trappers are exposed. Hunter looks like he's getting a few shots off on these guys, killing them a little bit, and then the Noblar Trapper is going to, like, turn and shoot, most likely. The Ogres are fully advancing. Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is being targeted by all the cannons, so he'll have to dodge pretty soon, as a Bone Crusher is going to hit these Jade Warriors with halberds pretty hard, taking about a third of their health. And Miao Ying dives straight in, only to go back up in the sky. Anyway, not looking at that. Longmas are getting destroyed over here, and the Trappers are trying to shut down one of the Grand Cannons of Cathay, but halberds are going to stop them. Meanwhile, we have a crap ton of Saber Tusks all piling in. They could also do good work against the Longmas, or they can try to get onto some of the ranged assets, and I really like Zep's use of engagement in this game. It's very good. Meanwhile, this Hunter is not having a great time with Iron Hail Gunners shooting him in the face along with a cannon. It looks like he will need Troll Guts very, very soon. He's going to dive in. Storm of Shadows will kill a bunch of Noblars. That's about it. I don't love that use of Winds of Magic in this matchup, just because it feels like a very expensive spell to use on pretty much just Noblars. It won't do very much to Ogre Bulls. Hunter is disrupting some things, but he's currently standing in halberds, and he needs to go stop those cannons, and then something else will have to corrupt the Iron Hail Gunners. Longmas are getting terror routed off. They're very, very low already at this point in the game, and one of the Iron Hail Gunners is disrupted. One of the cannons has been destroyed almost entirely, and Noblar Trappers might want to turn around and shoot those halberds to free up their little friends. Looks like the Saber Tusk packs are going to run away, trying not to get rampaged before they just run into spears over and over again. And balance of power is roughly even. Bobman is slightly ahead on the damage dealt, but if we can get a nice Troll Guts off onto this Hunter, it'll heal him up. And the cannon is shut down, and this Iron Hail Gunner actually did pull away to safety, so maybe it can go somewhere and shoot. But remember, Miao Ying is expensive. She's like 3,000 gold, so this lesser Cathay ground force also paying for the Longmont Riders. You can see that they're just spread really thin, and there's lots of cracks in their formation that the Ogres are slipping through, especially with their Saber Tusk packs. Now, Zep pulling back with all 4 Saber Tusk packs at the same time may have been a bit of a mistake. They kind of need to be running through the cracks I mentioned. They need to be harassing this front line. They can't really afford to be running around in a big blob like this and just fucking around, for lack of a better term. These Ogre Bulls should either surround Miao Ying or chase down the Iron Hail Gunners. They can't keep chasing these peasants because the Hunter, who is getting healed by Troll Guts, but he's getting mega fucked up right now, and that can't happen. Noblar Trappers have been holding forever against Jade Warriors with halberds, but they are retreating now, and more Jade Warriors with halberds are fighting other Noblar Trappers. It's not a great use of the Noblar Trappers, but it's also not terrible. They're still cheaper than all these units, and they're distracting them for a long time. The Hunter did pile back in. He's going to shut down more Iron Hail Gunners, and now good use of the dogs running through. Cathay is ahead on the balance of power, but if these dogs kill off these Iron Hail Gunners, that'll be pretty huge. If they can then loop around and kill some of these cannon crews, really force this down to just halberds versus all the Stonehorns. We've seen that matchup many times. The fuck is that? Okay. Anyway, we've seen that matchup many times today. We know that the halberds, no matter how many of them are, can't drag down these Hunters. That was definitely a miscast over here. A big Bone Crusher just cast off in the middle of nowhere is definitely a mistake and a waste of critical Winds of Magic when you really want to be spamming Troll Guts on these Hunters who have taken a lot of damage so far in these engagements. But we will see. Cathay is slightly ahead on the balance of power. I would disagree. I think this is still kind of a toss-up, maybe even Ogre favored slightly just due to what's happening. Like, yeah, Cathay's ahead on the damage values, but like the Ogres have killed so much stuff that matters. These Iron Hail Gunners are mega fucked up. They're not having a great time. They don't have a lot of models left. This cannon's pushed off. Big mass rout is about to come in over here. I like where the Ogres are in this game. Now, Miao Ying is powerful. That's true. Give her that. But the Ogres are going to charge up a lot of their army passive off of this break. They're probably going to chase off... Ooh, no one's following those Peasant Long Spearmen. Okay, that could be a little tricky. But maybe they can get a Butcher. Yeah, they can get a Butcher. Oh, I pay attention. I know things once in a while. Big Butcher cast onto the Hunter. That's going to heal him up a ton in his duel with Miao Ying. That'll be very important. We have some Noblar Trappers coming back. And now the dogs have gotten onto the cannons, routing them off officially, getting tons of stuff for the Ogre passive, but also making sure they're never a problem. You can see the Ogres have now pulled ahead on the balance of power for being behind. Now we will get a Storm of the Night cast, but again, I don't think it'll do that much damage to Ogre units. It'll just kill these Noblars, but other than that, it's a very expensive spell. And a big Ogre charge over here. Now, all these units are a little low on HP, meaning their leadership will also be quite fickle. And the Hunter is still having a bad time against Miao Ying. I like that little tech as just a Hunter duelist. You can see she has been doing good work, but I worry it makes the rest of your army just so thin. Dogs charging in. The Longmas are doing their best to fight. Noblar Trappers are running back in. They have tons of ammunition. If they can be kept safe, they could poke in a lot of halberds. And now some things have to be committed to fight the hunters, because the hunter has troll guts active, so this long marauder is going to have to follow him off the entire map if he is even going to be escorted off. But I feel like once the Longmas get a far enough distance away, they might just tear her out away and allow him to come back. We will have to see. Miao Ying is on the other hunter. And there's been some mistakes this game. It obviously hasn't been a perfect game, but I would like if Zep would support these hunters a little more. It feels like Miao Ying has been entirely uncontested to just duel hunters all game, and I would like to see some saber tusks. I would like to see some ogres committed to actually stopping her from doing so. I don't know. Balance of Power is thinking Miao Ying has this, but like Cathay, everything is routing except for Miao Ying. I don't know. The ogres have a lot of stuff still in here. Another Talons of Night is cast, but it's just doing no damage to these ogre balls. None at all. It's killing Noblars though. There's that. Terror on the hunter. Just trying to give him a little bit of weapon damage to fight Miao Ying. Rampaging Sabertusk pack. Hopefully they don't rampage for the rest of the game, but we'll have to see. The Slaughtermaster is getting a rear charge here to try and help out. I don't know if it's going to be enough to bail them out. They really need to sacrifice something. One unit needs to run over and fight this Iron Hail Gunner. It can't be allowed to just shoot in like that. How's the other Stonehorn doing? It's getting chased off by the Longmas. And they actually are going to stick with it long enough to get it out there. Faye's pulling further ahead on the balance of power. Yeah, it was a good game. I think a few key mistakes from the ogres, really allowing Miao Ying to do whatever she wants without consequence, was a bit of a problem, in my opinion on it. Also, the infinite rampage bug on the Sabertusk pack is fucking killing Zep. Oh, and these ogres are stuck on cannons. Oh, you hate to see it. So many bugs conspiring to take the ogres down. Infinite rampage bug, ogres stuck on cannons, can't move over to help where they need to help. Slaughtermaster is going to throw down a quick bone crusher. That'll probably rout off the Jade Warrior's halberds, and maybe with all these ogre bulls nearby, Miao Ying can be peeled off of the Lord. Maybe. Longbow Riders did chase off that. Miao Ying isn't even attacking and hasn't that Stoneheart at all to start attacking, not until it started routing. A quick another Storm of the Night. We can do okay damage to these Noblars. Not really going to hurt that ogre too much. His flag is way over here, you can see. And these guys are still rampaging, trying to kill one Jade Warrior with halberds, but they're just running around in circles. Oh, it's so frustrating! It's so frustrating that the infinite rampage bug is still a thing. Just kill him! Just kill him and go help the rest of your army. Please, God. Just kill the one Jade Warrior. Please. Oh, I hate it. This has been here since Warhammer 2, I know. Warhammer 3 got the rampage bug, but Warhammer 2 had the stuff where you told a unit to kill something and it just ran alongside it. I know that bug's been there, it still pisses me off. Please just kill him! Just kill that one Jade Warrior! I'm so triggered. Alright, Miao Ying is going to kill the Slaughtermaster. Meanwhile, the ogres and Sabertusk are trying to finish off the peasants, but it is too little, it is too late for them. They won't be able to do enough, and that Slaughtermaster is soon to die. He's going to get out a quick Bone Crusher that'll do great damage to these Jade Warriors with halberds, but it won't be enough to save him from this bad situation. You know, it could be enough to save him from this bad situation if all the Sabertusks weren't fucking infinitely rampaging and still not killing a single Jade Warrior halberd. A single guy. Just one fucking guy. Just one good boy, still around, still chilling, still vibing and surviving, as the kids say. Haha, very funny that he's still fucking alive. Just kill him, just please kill him. Oh my God. Oh boy. Gonna stay calm. So, the double hunters did fine. Great Mob Boy did great. Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists didn't do so great. Ogre Bulls did better than the Iron Fist boys. Sabertusks did wonderfully. We have nothing to complain about them. Noblar Trappers started off okay, but they were kind of thrown into melee a little too early. It's just a minor micro mistake there. From Bobman, 3,000 value on Miao Ying. The Longmas did end up just barely almost paying for themselves. Cannons got shut down relatively quickly. Jade Warriors with halberds stood around and did halberd things. Pretty alright. Iron Hail Gunners both did very well. And Peasant Long Spears did excellently. Just great. Everybody's just great. And that'll be 1-0 to Bubman. Calm down. Calm down. Stay calm. Everybody stay calm. Alright. I'm chill. Oh boy. Longbow is excellent in morale department, so it's perfect for chasing off spooky things, if a bit costly. That's fair. That's fair. More than 20 wins of magic wasted. Yeah. Brutal. Brutal stuff. Mistakes are made. Not a donkey, but a llama. Llama! There's an old ogre. Check it out. It's illegal. What's your opinion on Plato versus Aristotle? I don't know. I'm not going to read all that. It's long and small. Oh. I see. It's a meme. Alright. Looks like we have Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms, so it's Bobman's turn to play the Ogre Kingdoms. And we have... Zep's already ready. Bobman's constructing his army as it goes. So Cyrus told me to do my gosh darn job. Where was it? Shill your board game or book, or tell when to stream next. Yeah, I'll do that. So we have 30 people here. I'll be streaming tomorrow night, North American time. We're gonna do some tabletop simulator stuff with some of the Discord community. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. So check that out, or check out the VOD. I also might stream Darkest Dungeon. I might stream Darkest Dungeon during the day. I don't know what my work schedule is going to look like just yet, so I'll go in Monday and find out what I'm going to be doing for work. As for shilling other things, there's a board game, there's a book, there's lots of things to buy and stuff. We also have a Patreon now, but if you want actual products, you can go to puppetmasters.com. I'll put it in the chat. You can buy our board game or my book or anything you really want to. Yay! There, I'm done shilling. I did it. Cyrus, you proud of me, Dad? Are you proud of me? Not into the trap debate. Nah. So for Bobman's Ogres, we have double Noblar Scrap Launcher, double Iron Blaster. We have a shit ton of Ogre Bulls and dual weapon versions. We have some Noblars, one of which is a Noblar Trapper. We have a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with the same usual 2 spells we are used to. For Zep, we have the Davos no Laperd. We have the Ice Witch of Ice. A Patriarch, 2 Warbear Riders, some Corsairs with spears. We have some Corsairs, regular armored Corsairs, and a little Grom. I'm pretty sure this is fine, but I am going to just... Since I haven't seen double Scrap Launcher, double Iron Blaster, I'm just going to make sure there's nothing in the rules about it. But I'm pretty sure it's fine. Because he has 5 single entities. I don't think they're SEMs. Uh-oh. Bobman. Bobman. They're rare single entities, Bobman. Balls. Cyrus. Balls. Yo. You have 4 RSE. Only 3 allowed. No, they started the game. No, that's too many things. No. What do you think about Gorgers? I think Gorgers are trash. Gorgers are trash right now. Talked about it before. They must be bad now that you never see them. Yeah. Well, we'll see. If Bobman wins, Zep gets potentially a redo. Or he could just, if he loses bad enough, he might just FF. I don't know, man. We'll let it play out. We'll figure it out as we go along. I don't give a shit. What do I care? I don't work here. I just hate my job. I hate this place. This place sucks. Alright, Noblar Scrap Launchers are firing in. Because if Zep wins, then it doesn't matter. If only there was a way to communicate with the players about rule breaks. No, Dactor, because we could abuse it. We could abuse it by saying naughty words, Dactor. What if we say naughty words? That would be unacceptable. Alright. I digress. Snow Leopard's gonna run in. He's trying to catch this Iron Blaster who's just yeeting away from him. It's ring around the rosy with all these Iron Blasters. And the very good model interaction, the Snow Leopard just runs into the Noblar Scrap Launcher. But I'm sure that guy that was in the YouTube chat that I flamed the shit out of, I'm sure he would have an explanation for this too. Actually, if you did your research, you would know that snow leopards, as an animal, aren't very good at attacking armored chariots, because I don't know if you've ever seen a bear attack a car, but they don't. Because animals are scared of machinery, and that's why you're wrong and dumb and stupid. And I'm not still mad about it! I'm not still mad about that fucking guy! Whew! Focus on your job, hummus. Focus on your job. So, that Snow Leopard summon was instantly deleted by Ogre Bulls surrounding it. But Ogre Bulls aren't good at killing single entities, also said somebody else in that YouTube comment thread. Woo! Human boy, you need to get over it and focus. Yeah, I know. Alright. Regardless, Zep is getting in there. He's catching back up on the balance of power, and this is excellent. I love Snow Leopards for this. They're 2v1ing the Slaughtermaster. He has a large target. They have anti-large. They have armor piercing. That is good. That is a very, very good pick and could be a huge way for Zep to gain a big advantage in this game. What's not a big way for Zep to gain an advantage in this game is his Warbear is getting fucking gunned down by that Iron Blaster at close range. A nice Heart of Winter cast, and Zep's here to play. Zep's here to play. It doesn't matter if Bobman is a filthy cheater. And took too many rare single entities. Zep's just going to win this game, make it not matter. Noblar Trappers are shooting the shit out of these Warbear Riders. They might want to divert a couple forces and stop that from happening because it is a lot of poke damage. But look at the Warbears are going over here to fight the Ogre Bulls and bail out the Snow Leopards, but they are going to start routing. Patriarch's trying to keep them healed up and healthy, but they're having a tough time with that. Now the Warbears will run after the Iron Blasters. Looks like they keep changing targets, but they're just trying to scare them into submission. And meanwhile, Caustizer Spears are firing in. Double Scrap Launchers do hit their own Noblars, maybe routing them off just a little bit earlier and allowing everybody to go through. Ogres are in mass rout as far as the front line goes, but their back line's doing okay. And the Kislev, opposite is true. Their front line's doing okay, their back line is really suffering, except for Little Grom, apparently. He's just over there vibing and surviving. The Warbear Riders are trying to rally, they're trying to get back into the fight. Iron Blaster does get a nasty shot out of the back of these ones. And looks like all these guys are stuck fighting Noblars, which, you gotta get rid of them somehow, I suppose. Ice Switch, are you on a bear or are you on a horse? You're on a horse? Okay, maybe go fight that Iron Blaster in melee combat or something. Scrap Launchers are gonna go into melee chariot mode. Very ballsy indeed. What did Bobman do that he rule broke? He has 2 Iron Blasters and 2 Scrap Launchers. These are considered rare single entities. You can only have 3, and he has 4. They're even bugged. The Frenzy's not working. Whose Frenzy's not working? Sorry. Warhammer 2 also yeeted it? Yeah. Human Boy, we should co-cast sometime. I feel like that would be fun. You co-casted a bit with Anticity, didn't you? Yeah. I love co-casting with people. It's a good time. Because you have someone to talk to about stuff, especially in the dull periods, instead of flaming random people. Root for Zep, so no rule break decisions needed? Indeed. I also just root for Kislev over Ogres at this point, because we've seen Ogres all fucking day. So, balance power is about dead even. Damage balance power is about even. I would agree with both these things. I think this game is very much up in the air. Because the Ogres are down to their single entities. All 5 of them doing okay. Other than that, they have some Noblars who are wounded. They have Ogres who are wounded. So they're very low on everything. Meanwhile, Kislev has their Warbear Riders who are quite tattered, but they're so elite, they're just going to hang in there anyway. We do have some Snow Leopards still running around, and we have the Ice Witch. So it's which single entities are better, and I would say the Noblar Scrap Launchers are not going to really hold up in that thing. I thought it's that they all count as chariots, not as RSE. Zep also cheats? What did Zep do? Scrap Launcher's pretty decent. If you're talking about that third Snow Leopard, that was a summon. That was a summon. It was temporary, and it died. I thought you could only bring 1 Iron Blaster. That was old until they got nerfed. Now that they got nerfed, you can bring 2 again. You can bring 2 again. That's not the problem. The problem is that he brought 4 rare single entities. This guy's almost heal capped, and he's currently getting gooned out by the Ice Witch and the Snow Leopard, and actually he's about to rout, and if he routs, he won't defend himself. If he defends himself, he can maybe kill the Snow Leopard, but Little Grom is going to snipe him in the back, and his own Iron Blaster is going to shoot him in the face! He's like, sorry, boss, but I gotta kill the scary kitty, and just blasts him! Blasts him into next week! Oh my god! The double Nobbler scrap launchers are running. Ogres every- This is chaotic! This is wild! This is the good shit. This is the good shit. We can shit talk Warhammer 3 as much as we like, but once in a while, it's a fucking banger. And the Iron Blaster shoots point blank, kills its fucking boss, and hits her in the back of the head, bopping her Kislevite passive. She's trying to just kill the Slaughtermaster, who's currently healing somehow. Alright, she kills him off. All the ogres are going to start routed now that their big boss is dead because they shot him in the back of the head. Ding dong, the boss is dead. The boss is dead. He shot in head. Ding dong, the boss is dead, but the Ice Witch is getting fucked up. Oh my god, that Iron Blaster's putting in the work. It's the- Look at me! Look at me! I am the captain now. That's that Iron Blaster. Zep has 5 entities? Yeah, you can have 5. You just can't have 6. You can have 5. He has... The Snow Leopards aren't rare single entities, they're just single entities. Yeah. Alright, Zep's gonna win anyway, so the rule break doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's got this game. That Iron Blaster's almost out of ammo. Little Grom's gonna go into melee with the Iron Blaster. Yes! Yes! Come on. Come on. Little Grom, fight him. Little Grom, fight him. No, don't fight the Noblars. That's smart. Don't do the smart thing. Fight the Iron Blaster. Do it. Do it. That's all I care about. The rest of this, who gives a shit? All of it's routing. Nothing matters. Army losses is coming in hot. Little Grom, fight the Iron Blaster. Do it. Do it, you fucking coward. The single entity squad's coming to end that Iron Blaster's day. Let's go. I wonder if Iron Blaster is still severely broken if you micro at close range, or maybe even range units work better. Maybe. That was wild. That was awesome. I had so much fun with that game. I don't give a shit. Warhammer 3 is bad, they say, but then you watch an Iron Blaster just fucking delete everybody. Even its own guys. That's the hilarious part, is like, there was so much friendly fire. There was so much. It murdered that Slaughtermaster. It straight up killed him. Oh, very funny. Alright, I need to save that replay as something else. Because it's just an autosave. I couldn't save it in time. Iron Blaster, go burr. Okay, and then come with me. So while they set up their last thing, I'm going to show you what I was talking about. Khorne rules. So you can have single entities, all single entity types 2 each. That's fine. You can have total single entities of 5, and you can have rare single entities of 3. Rare single entities count as single entities, right? So you could have 3 and 2, or you could have 5 regular single entities. And then for Kislev, the Snow Leopards aren't rare single entities, so that's 2 of your 5. And then, actually, they didn't have any rare single entities. They just had 5 regulars with all their bears and stuff. Little Grom is just a chariot. He's not even a rare single entity. For the Ogres, you can see... Iron Blasters. Oh, never mind. Bobman was fine. I'm being stupid. Okay, I was wrong. I'm allowed to be wrong about things. The Iron Blaster is a rare single entity. The Nobbler Scrap Launcher isn't. Okay. I think when I was looking at it quickly while they were setting up, I think I read this is the Iron Blaster and this is the Nobbler Scrap Launcher when this is the Nobbler Scrap Launcher. Yeah, so Bobman's build was fine. It was fine. Oh, but total chariots is 3, and he had 4. Okay, so it was a different rule break than I thought. But it was still a rule break. Okay. Sorry. Either way, it didn't matter because he lost. True. Alright. We can all agree that Bobman is a big stinky cheater and not a nice man. Probs another time, my lord. TY for offer. Heart. We sent Dactyr a heart. And then Llama was messaging me probably about how wrong I was about things. But we all cleared that up. I was wrong about things, but I was right about other things. That shot on the ice witch did almost 1/3 of her HP. True. You are a Skaven, friendly fire doesn't exist in your mind? Yeah, we have talked about that at length, but like, I'm realizing how much of a Skaven I really am, because friendly fire just doesn't matter. I was in a party with Runless and Platypus and Dante and Fozen last night. We were just playing some games. We were playing in Umai's Siege tournament. And I just do so much friendly fire all the time. Was the chariot limit that low in Warhammer 2? It seems limiting, at least for factions, to the cheaper chariots. Yeah. It was that limited at the end, because for most of Warhammer 2's life cycle, chariots sucked ass. And then at the very end, they got way too good, and it just wasn't interactive to watch chariots cycle charge over and over again, so they got a little limited. Yeah. Yeah, Cyrus was on point. He was right. Matthew Coffin, you're late? True. You're on the last game of a semifinal, and then there's the final, and we're done. And that's it. This stream started off a bit of a snoozer with blob fight after blob fight, but Dactyr's final against Magic Yang was really good. There was a lot of good games in there that weren't blob fights. And then when we went into the Stormvermin and Grey Seer stuff, it's been good. I've been having a good time. Wine's probably helping a little bit, but I'm still having a great time regardless. These have been some of the best games in a while. It sucks these don't happen on Turin stream, or a stream someone actually cares about. Because then, like, on the big streams everybody cares about, they just see boring blobs after boring blobs. And then on the small streams, we get to see some fucking banger games. And everyone's like, well, land battles suck. And it's like, eh. They have their issues, but they can be really good. That's the thing. Is I think the conversation about domination and land battles has been beaten to death, so I'll keep it short. But I think the thing about domination is it's hard to have a bad domination game. Like, just objectively a terrible, awful game to experience. And then you can have banger domination games. And I think you can have banger land battle games, but you can also have terrible, awful land battle games. Like, I think back to Warhammer 2, there was a clan war. I think it was between, damn it, that Eastern European clan, the Beastmen, the Crying Beastmen. It was CB. It was CB versus, I think, Aima? Yeah, it was CB versus Aima. Wood Elves versus Warriors of Chaos. It was like a 20-minute game. It was depressing. It was awful to watch for everybody. It was like a bunch of skirmish cav versus a bunch of skirmish cav, and everybody was just dodging. And then after both skirmish cavs ran out of ammo, it was just like cycle charging and more skirmishing and dodging, and it was like really not fun to watch and just abysmal. That can happen in land battles, like, but you also can get fucking bangers. I don't know. I think domination has its merits. I really wish. I've said this to everybody who will listen, but I wish the conversation wasn't about land battles versus domination. I wish we could just celebrate having two good game modes. Like, because I host a lot of land battle shit just because no one else is hosting them, and you need to fill that niche. And I want to be here for people that want to play land battles. But if someone else is hosting land battles, I'd be happy to host some domination tournaments. In fact, next Monday, not tomorrow, but next Monday, I am hosting a domination tournament with Platypus, who really enjoys that format. So it'll be nice to have him on as an expert opinion, because I don't know shit about domination battles. Like, I'm so out of touch with the meta that's also a problem with me trying to commentate on domination is I don't know what's good. So I'm like, oh, he's running his Jade Lancers in. That's a bad idea. Oh, never mind. That was a good idea. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think Cathay is a bold pick here. Never mind. They're actually great into this faction, because I don't know. So Platypus will be here to educate me on what's actually a good or bad idea. So that'll be a banger. With impeccable table manners. Yeah, Bobman has impeccable table manners. We've established that. Hubby, would I have the best starting races in your... Who had the best starting races in your opinion? Warhammer 1, 2, or 3? Probably 2. As much as I love my Skaven, I think Greenskins Empire Dwarves Vampire counts was just like just perfect. Like, a little something for everybody. Whereas if you didn't like elves, me, going into Warhammer 2, there were half the factions I didn't give a shit about, and that's kind of a rough start. Anyway, talking about this game, Kislev versus Cathay for the final game of the series. Bobman has some Zargard. He has a bunch of armored Kossars and Zargard spammed across the front line to advance. He does have the Tsarina with the Heart of Winter, a Patriarch, and some armored Kossars and Great Woods in the back. He does have 2 heavy war sleds for some disruption, and that is about it. He is not going with the Rinless Kamikaze Kossovite Dervish strategy. On the other side for Zep, we have 5 Jade Warriors advancing very far ahead of their lines to keep their cannons online. They are not gold chevroned. We saw that brief flash in the pan where everybody was gold chevroning their Jade Warriors, and then I haven't seen it at all today. We have some Peasant Long Spearmen kept in reserve, 4 cannons, 3 Peasant Archers, more Peasant Long Spearmen. We do have an Alchemist and an Astromancer, and then we have a Dragon-Blooded Shooting Lord of Yang running out here. This is very interesting. I haven't seen this. Now, it's definitely to just shut down the heavy war sleds as soon as they appear, and we can see that coming in right now. But I worry about keeping your archers this far back while advancing your Jade Warriors. There's nothing to protect them while they shoot anymore, so they'll be back here shooting. Like, they're not shooting right now, right? So your front line's up there doing the dying, and your back line's not doing the damage. But I really like the 4 cannon pick. I just wish that the Jade Warriors maybe hadn't gone out so far. Maybe. Dragon-Blooded Shugenin Lord is going to just delete these armored Kossars with her Dragon Breath. Probably a slightly overtuned spell, but whatever. Something has to clear out infantry, right? And the Zargard are moving in, so this is where it gets a little hairy, as 3 melee units are going to go fight 1 Peasant Long Spearman. They'll just walk around it and take out these cannons very quickly. I like the build. I like the build a lot. I think it's very innovative and interesting. I just wish that as we've been talking about, I wish the archers were moved up to help fight, because now the Jade Warriors are almost all dead, but they didn't get anything accomplished. And the archers are now starting to fire, but there's nothing between them and imminent danger. Heavy war sleds have had a bad time. We have 2 models. We have 2 models, so already half the models are dead, and they're very injured. They're not near their healer at all either, so they'd have to come back and start with the slow healing from the Patriarch. And Kislev is closing in on all sides with some melee infantry. Not super sure about that, but I mean, 4 cannons is still 4 cannons, and these Zargard, now that they're the ones being focused, are not having a good time at all. And is that a Heart of Winter? No. It's a Final Transmutation. Very interesting. Zep is almost 2-to-1 on the damage balance of power now. He's really investing on it. And I guess he's going to kind of use his ranged units as a front line, because it's like, well, you're going to shut down my cannons, my Peasant Archers will shoot you. Or if you shut down my Peasant Archers, the cannons will shoot you. So he's using the cannons as a buffer. They're still just shooting at the heavy war sleds, despite everything going on. So Bobman has to micro them and try to start dodging while the rest of his army needs orders as well. And some of the cavalry is popping out. Really smooth plays here from Zep. Really like it a lot. Some mistakes in game 1 that really let him lose that Ogre game, in my opinion, against the Cathay. But games 2 and 3, he's been on point. Really nice stuff from the cannons here. Now, the cannons are going to be shut down. This is where the balance of power can swing wildly back into Kislev's favor. 1 cannon is already losing models. 1 cannon's already off of their mounts and suffering. Peasant Long Spearmen are barely holding back Zargard, who are getting shot by multiple Peasant Archers. Tsarina's down to about half health, so is the Patriarch. The heavy war sleds are back in the trees, just licking their wounds. They're down to 3 out of 8 models combined. And I think Bobman's in real trouble. Balance of Power still thinks it's almost 50-50, almost, but look at that damage spread. Yeah. Cannons firing at point-blank range, trying to shut down these armored Kossars with great weapons before they actually get here. And if the breath attack is off cooldown, that could be a nice overcasted breath attack on that big blob of armored Kossars. That's just juicy value waiting to be accrued. A full health Zargard over here might be crucial in the late game. And there it is! Oh! It didn't do as much damage as I wanted, but it did pop their Kislevite passive, so they might rout as soon as they come out of it. This cannon is shut down pretty soon. These armored Kossars are going to do work now that they're melee. Though they do attack the cannons themselves, so they're not attacking the crews, which they should probably just walk past and attack the crews, I guess. But oh well, I digress. One of the heavy war sleds is routing. The other one's just running away now that they realize they're being targeted again. We do have 1 Jade Lancer just constantly cycle charging over here, and I have really, really liked the Cathay play this game. I don't think Bobman's made any crucial mistakes. I think the build just was really wonky and caught him off guard for how he needed to play that. Another Final Transmutation on these single entities, and though it is nerfed and though I have been shit-talking, it is doing okay. here versus these Kislevite models. Either good RNG on the damage or just doing great work. And that Astromancer kicked the Patriarch's ass. Okay. All right, then. Some Peasant Archers are trying to fire at point-blank range. They're really struggling with it, but it looks like they will get a few shots off. Bobman is starting to even up the damage balance of power, but I think it might just be a little bit too little too late. We do still have 2 very healthy Zargard in this game, and we're going to get a big Heart of Winter cast, I believe. Yep, Heart of Winter is going to hit 4 different infantry units, so they need to separate out a little bit. But the Tsarina Katerin dies. And without her, the Patriarch's also going to rout. Kislev army's so tattered, it's going to take a big leadership hit. And I think soon here we will see just 2 Zargard versus the world, and I don't think they're going to win that fight. Talking a lot of shit, but let's all reel back for a second. Cathay isn't all roses either. Currently, 2 of their peasant archers with a ton of ammunition are surrounded in melee. They're dying. Their cannons have all been shut down, except for this one that has 2 models, but it's currently surrounded by melee units, down to 1 model. So it's down to some peasant long spearmen and wounded archers versus Zargard. Can they outgrind them? Maybe. If they have enough winds of magic to get dragon breaths off with the dragon blood shooting in there, they'll be okay. They'll be okay. I feel like people favor watching domination games right now because that's what the people naturally play since it's the only matchmaking mode. Like, they want to watch what they're playing. Yeah, that's fair, and I get that. I think domination can be fun. I think domination would be a better spectator sport than land battles in most cases if everybody knew when to give up. But domination, when someone doesn't realize they've lost, it has to go on for like another 8 to 10 minutes, and you're like, it's over. It's over. Let's love both and hope both can get the love they deserve from CA. Yeah. I don't want to see anything happen to domination. That's the thing. It's like, on their roadmap, they said they were bringing back quick battles for land battles in 2023. Yes, that's a long fucking time away. That is a long time away. But I'm happy they're at least giving us that back at some point. And I'm happy they're not like, we'll go back to land battles over domination. It's like, no, please keep both of them. And it sounds like they'll do that. So most of the stuff I say is kind of shit-talking CA. I'll give them credit where it's due. They did listen, and it sounds like they're giving land battles back. Should they have taken them away in the first place? No, but at least they'll give them back. Also give us chat. Please, God, give us chat. I feel like an old man bitching about domination. No. I think the issues with land battles is just game 3, the factions. Yeah, I agree. Give us the game 2 factions, the land battles will be far less blobby. True! True. We have 35 people watching. It is good to see such numbers again. It's been a long time since we've seen those kind of numbers. I hope you're all having a good time. It's in my opinion, been a banger stream. But I'm happy to see you all. And hopefully the next patch will be good for Warhammer 3. I hear some good things. Right now we are just wrapping up. I think Zep has this in the bag. Bobman is fighting to the very end because his Zargard can grind with the best of them, but I don't think it's going to be enough. So their leadership is starting to waver, and the Cathay hordes are tearing them down. Now Cathay's running out of chaff, sure, but they did secure some peasant archers who can now start firing in and really lower down that leadership. And they still have a pretty healthy spread of units, especially that Jade Warrior with 2/3. I think Zep has this. Especially having a caster. 2 casters even at this late in the game. That Zargard's going to have to be taken out, though. Good time. New land battle DLC bundled with chat DLC releasing in 2023. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you do it. That was a good cast. Cathay now is just going for army losses. They are not interested at all in grinding through the rest of what Kislev has to offer. Because Kislev might honestly win that. I know it looks pretty tragic right now, but Cathay has like nothing good left for melee units, so they just want to army loss this and get it over with. If that guy pops his Kislevite by our blood passive, then this is over. Because that one's about to wear off, and yep. Yep. That was a good series. It was a good series from Bobman and Zep. It's nice to see interesting new builds. 4 cannons as Cathay. I would never even have thought of that, but it worked really well. For Bobman, his chariots just got completely murked, and without them, he had very little pressure to disrupt the backline, so he had to do a front-to-back fight, which he did okay. You can see his armored Kossars got good value overall, but they also got shot, because the archers also got pretty decent value considering how cheap they are. Good job. That was nice. That was nice. Not a lot of blob games. It was just nice. Oh. It's been good. We are on to the finals for today. It will be Zep versus Rinless. Personally, if I had to place my bets on someone in this, I would place it on Rinless, but I mean, Zep took out Bobman. Bobman took out Randomnix. So clearly we're not fucking around. These are pretty good players. And let's go. One more best of 3 for the best of 3 gods. Just so you can see the bracket again to see how it's gone today. Bobman defeated WWD. Randomnix barely lost to Zep. Close series. Zep defeated Lord Catterchin also in a close series. Lord Catterchin is also a newer player in the scene. I've enjoyed fighting them multiple times. Raced and Rinless had a good fight. Llama fought Rinless. Raced fought Coops. We love Coops. And in the previous tournament, Dactor did take it all home in a banger series versus Magic Yang, who fought World Beater. Dactor fought Swarv. We had a lot of people play today. How many do we have? 10, because Magic Yang was signed up twice somehow. It's 10 there, 10 there. 20 people playing today. This is a good day. That's a good day. That was a cool game. This feels more like Warhammer 2. Yeah. Yeah, I liked it. I just like to see new stuff, you know? 4 cannons. It's fun. I haven't seen a lot of Kislev versus Cathay recently. It's just everything's been double Stonehorn. Which then you want to root for double Stonehorn to lose, just because you want to see the new stuff win. So it's kind of interesting that way, but eventually you just get tired of seeing 2 big Triceratops running around. Oh boy. Hooray, they're running around, which is why when Bobman took the Ogres versus Cathay... Was it Cathay? No. Ogres versus Kislev. And he brought 2 Iron Blasters and 2 Scrap Launchers. Well, it was technically a rule break. Like, I really appreciate that he tried something and made an interesting game. And we had a ton of laughs as the Iron Blaster just deleted stuff at point-blank range, even its own units. Like, that kind of stuff. It's just exciting to see. Like, Ogres aren't a boring faction. Double Stonehorn's just a boring way to play them. But Ogres have fun stuff they can do. It's just not optimal, right? With better maps and no bring back the dead stuff, I would enjoy Dom. That is something that is true, Coops. I struggle a lot in... I struggle a lot in Domination because I focus too much on killing people. And it's like, aha, I got a lot of kills. And then everything just respawns because everybody has too much money. And it all just runs back at me and I can't kill it fast enough. And it's like, oh, I wish... getting good trades and killing his units actually mattered. We are getting a patch later this month. It's going to be great. Chaos Warhound, more like Chaos Puppies. I like that. That's good. It looks like we do have Kislev versus Cathay. We do have Kislev versus Cathay. There's something I was going to mention. Oh, yeah. If you're around right now, there's 30 of you. Welcome. If you aren't subscribed, please do that. Subscribers have slowed to an absolute crawl with State of Game 3. So, we're still here. We're still putting out content. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you care, tomorrow we'll probably have 2 streams. One will be Darkest Dungeon, most likely, if I don't have a bunch of work to do, but I could have work to do. But tomorrow night, for sure, we'll be running a tabletop simulator game I made, and we're going to play it with some of the Discord community. Hope you'll come around for that. It's going to be a good time. Other than that, I'm out of wine, and I am now sad. How do you see Warhammer 3 without any content for a year? I'm hoping Immortal Empires comes out in September. I'm also hoping the DLC comes out in September. According to the roadmap, that would be likely. The summer is going to be slow.
The summer's going to be slow. I think they're going to make some really good changes with the patch. Like, I honestly believe that. The stuff they were hitting on. Now, if the patch succeeds at changing them correctly, we'll see. But they fixed... Warhammer 2 didn't have some of the issues we're talking about, so theoretically, hopefully they can fix it. But the changes they want to make are really good. They've listened to the community about the problems, and they're acknowledging them, and that's good. I like that. I don't, as Coops was kind of mentioning, but I've also said several times, just like, I don't think these 7 factions we have are inherently the most interesting factions that have ever existed. I think some of them just play in a boring way. And there's going to be a lot of blobs. So while I think the bug fixes will be very nice, I don't think that they will be enough to, like, explode the game. Into, like, popularity. I think it'll be okay. I think we'll have a pretty small community through the summer. And when Immortal Empires comes out, I definitely 100% think that this game's going to explode in popularity again. And that's like, they have a chance to... They have a second chance, right? They like, objectively, you can just objectively say CA fucked up the release of Warhammer 3. They did. They did. They overpromised the game. It came out. It was buggy as shit. Sorry, I was just typing to someone about the blocker because there was a delay. Anyway, you know, they fucked up Game 3, but, like, if Immortal Empires comes out and the game is polished, I 100% think this game pops off. I don't think that they've done permanent damage to it. If Immortal Empires has a pretty release, then they might be fucked. Because they only get one more redo. I think Immortal Empires is hype enough that they get one more redo. If Immortal Empires is fucked up, they might be doomed. Because I don't think there's any DLC you could release that is hype enough to bring everybody back who would be disappointed by Immortal Empires, right? So they kind of had a weird advantage that they got to launch Warhammer 3 with a second life built in. Thanks, Cyrus. Cyrus, tell me about the blocker. You might touch Kislev if they nerf sleds. Kislev is fun if you don't use the sleds. Like, they're a fun faction. It just sucks that they have one very, very overpowered thing. Daniel, yeah, we're still here. MVP. I wonder if Turn or someone will manage to convince them to release Mortal Empire factions out for multiplayer early. Pretty sure they're in the game, mostly ready. They are in the game, and they're mostly ready. Yeah. Yeah, I think you should release them even if they're buggy. If you wait, that's the thing, is if you wait to release them, they have to come out perfect. Or if you release them right now, and you say, in the release, you say, we're releasing these things, they're not ready yet, but you guys have asked for it. I think if you're super upfront, it'll be fine. That, like, yes, we're releasing these things while the game is buggy. We know it's not perfect yet, but you were unhappy about them coming out in September, so you could play with them now if you want. I think that's risky, but I think the community would appreciate it. But I can also understand why they're waiting to get, like, in their mind, the game needs to be perfect, and then we'll release this content because you don't want to fuck up again. I understand that. Now, I'm not a CA apologist. I'm fucking pissed they took chat out of Warhammer 2. I'm pissed they fucked up Game 3. I'm pissed it's going to take them so long to fix, to get Immortal Empires out. But I'm also a realist. Like, just because I'm mad at them doesn't mean I'm going to, like, ignore what they're actively trying to do now. As for this game, we get a weird build. This is a very common blob that you see Cathay run, but not against Kislev. And that's the weird part for me. So, Rinless is just going to throw in one Dervish to shut down the cannon, and I think it already procced the cannon bug, so I think that cannon is just dead. And this Costified Dervish threw away its life to make sure that cannon could never remount, and that's the end of that. Meanwhile, some other Dervishes find Peasant Horsemen in the trees. They run away because they weren't sure what they were getting into, but they should have taken that fight because they would win it. But the reason that this box is not particularly common against Cathay is because, against Kislev, is because Kislev is fucking ranged units. Like, this box only works against people that don't have ranged units. They're just going to walk up, shoot your Celestial Dragon Guard, shoot your Terracotta Sentinels, and shoot your Sky Junket, and it's going to die. I don't think this is going to work at all. Yeah. Kiara is correct. Kiara is correct.
So I think Zepp is in big trouble. Especially because the cannon bug did happen, so his cannons can't remount. So now he has to move up. The Skyjunk is already at half ammunition used, and he's just going to get shot. This is the... I forgot... Oh, yeah, you're right. Heart of Winter also exists. Yeah, I don't want to flame Zepp. He's a good player. We just saw him take down Bobman. I think this was a big fuck-up. I think from the army build stage, this was a big fuck-up. Personally. I really liked his 4 cannons, and I can understand him not wanting to go 4 cannons again because he just did it, and maybe he's betting Renless probably saw it, but I don't think this was the correct pivot, if that makes sense. Yeah. I think this is doomed. That's going to be a pretty good Heart of Winter. Now, Zepp will just try to walk out of it, but he'll still get some good poke in, especially because he's walking through it right now with his Celestial Dragon Guard. Zepp gambled and lost? Yeah. And it happens. And again, I'm not trying to say he's a bad player at all. We just saw him do good. I just think this was a really big miscalculation. I'm sure he's going to exit this game and be like, well, fuck. And then move on. Honestly, if they added chat, I think that would get rid of a lot of the pressure from the multiplayer community. I think it would be a nice show of goodwill. I don't think it would actually remove a lot of pressure. I personally don't think the community would be that happy to get chat back. Like, they'd be happy, but I think it would wear off quickly with the state of the game. But I think it'd be a nice little goodwill gesture of like, hey, we know we haven't done a lot of things you guys wanted recently. Here's chat as like a quick little stopgap. We're sorry. You know? Alright, 2 Celestial Dragon Guard are already routing. Well, this one's not technically routing yet. Now it is. Now it is. Grey Seer shooting Miao Ying while she's on the ground, plus a crap ton of archers are also trying to do that. I would like something to shoot the Skyjunk, but I guess they're just going to ignore it in favor of Miao Ying. That's a respectable choice. I mean, I would just delete the Skyjunk while you could. It's actually very squishy to ranged fire. But Miao Ying is going to go back into human form. Now you should definitely turn to either a Terracotta Sentinel or the Skyjunk, because shooting a foot Miao Ying is just not going to happen. Or just add an option of Game 2 factions in lobbies and say you're going to balance them later. Yeah. Yeah, there's arguments for both. And I do think... Here's my unpopular opinion. I think CA is doing their best now. I don't think they were doing their best when they released the game. I think that was kind of a greedy and rushed move, and I think it was disingenuous. But I think they're doing their best now to fix it. But they're just so fucked that, like, it's going to take them a long time to fix it, even with their heart in the right place. Right? Though, I say that, I'm immediately going to disagree with myself, because I don't know why they took in-game chat away from Warhammer 2. I can't justify that. I can't justify that at all. I have no idea why they did that, and it pisses me off. And, like, someone's going to say, oh, because they want to sell it on the Epic Game Store and yada yada, those kind of things. Yeah, that doesn't make it okay to fuck over people that just want a goddamn in-game chat that's been around since, like, I don't know, the 1990s, and now we can't figure it out in 2022 because people say bad swear words? No. Just because I know the reason doesn't mean I agree with the reason. That's a stupid reason to get rid of chat. Anyway. Skyjunk is getting shot. It's getting torn down very quickly. One of the Sentinels is very low. The other Sentinel looks like he's already dead. Miao Ying healed herself up with some Earthblood, so she's doing okay for now, but she's the only thing doing okay. The Celestial Dragon Guard are going to die. As Rinless almost gets up into the 12,000 range, which is when you've killed your entire enemy army. Now, again, there's been some healing, so that is actually going to go above 12,000. That's a, a pretty good indicator of how the battle's going if he's about to delete an entire army's worth of units, and Zepp has only killed half. I wonder if Sega forced them to rush? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. It was 2004. Rome 1 was in 2004, I see. Yeah. Miscalculation from Zepp. It happens. We'll see if he can bring it back in game 2. Rinless had a good build. Solid build. I liked it. I made a video about the in-game chat missing from Warhammer 2 recently. My main problem with it is that it's not from all Creative Assembly products. It's only Warhammer 2. Because, actually, who's in this game right now? Rinless went back to Shogun 2 and went back to Attila and went back to some other games, I think Rome 2, and they still have their chats. It's not even like all CA titles lost their chat. It was just Warhammer 2, which is very strange. They took the in-game chat from Warhammer 2 to be consistent, because if they left it... Oh, but they left it in 2! True. CA wants their China safe game, and somebody might say... And someone might say Tiananmen Square in the chat. Eh. Yeah. No, because that's the thing is, Rinless did check. I know you guys are behind on a delay, so I probably already said something about this, or someone else did, but yeah, Rinless checked. The chat's still in Shogun 2, it's still in Attila, it's still in all the Zeld games. It was just taken from Warhammer 2, which is weird. Yeah. Don't know why. Don't know why. Oh well. The conspiracy theory is that they saw Warhammer 2 player counts rise above Warhammer 3. Could be. Is it still true? I saw it was true the other day, but is Warhammer 2 still beating Warhammer 3? 12,043 minutes ago. 12,043 minutes ago. Versus 11,043 minutes ago. Yep, Warhammer 2 is still beating Game 3 right now. Yep. West Taiwan will throw a hissy fit. I like the West Taiwan meme. That's a good meme. Player counts are roughly even. Yeah. They are. It's because Warhammer 2 is still a good game. Didn't a similar thing happen with Age of Empires? If Jay Phoenix is still in the chat, they can probably attest to it because they hang out with Vicious Satsuma a lot, and he plays a ton of Age of Empires 2. But I liked Age of Empires 3 because I was a kid and I just liked the game. But I know the competitive scene went back to Age of Empires 2 for a very long time. And Age of Empires 4 came out, and they were all excited about that. And then I think Age of Empires 4 kind of died off, and I think they went back to 2 again. Now Warhammer 2, it's the single-player community that went back to Warhammer 2. They've been playing a ton of those campaigns. Warhammer 3 multiplayer community is still trying to find its home at the moment. Why wouldn't I? Warhammer 2 unfortunately just had a ton more content. Yeah. Age of Empires 4 was actually really good. I didn't hear anything bad about it. It just kind of died. Like, the player count just tanked off. I didn't hear anything bad. Turn streamed a lot. But AoE 2 Definitive Edition was the perfect game for AoE players. Did Prussian Prince still play AoE 2? I forget. Because he got busy. He got an IRL job and stuff. But did he used to play a ton of that, or was he just Warhammer? The downfall of Age of Empires 4 is weird. Because, like... And I don't want to say downfall because it makes it sound like something bad happened. It's just like... The Steam charts for it are really bad. Only 9,000 playing an hour ago. So it just went really low. But, like, I never heard anybody say anything bad about it. It's just everybody stopped playing. Not AoE's far, just have nowhere to go. Yeah. That's fair. He tried, but he got too busy. Rip Prussian Prince. That guy was always super nice. Have you been hanging around the new RTK lads a lot, Jay? Are they good? I hang out with a couple of them sometimes. Platypus is nice. Dante's Inferno is nice. Big B's is nice. They seem like a good group. Yeah. The content gap between Warhammer 1 and 2 and the current situation between 1 and 2 plus 3 is staggering. Probably also one of the reasons IE is taking longer to port over. Yeah. Like, it's true, but that doesn't make it good. You know what I mean? Or it's like, it's just... What's that?
I'm sorry, do you have $10? Dare you hold me shut
Okay, here is
Okay. Stealing money from me.
Sorry. Grace was going to like she's gonna go look at a mirror thing in person, so she needs like physical cash, and she never carries any, so she knows I did. Stealing money from me. Okay. So, I'm back. I'll take the blocker down. It has not been forgotten. If Rinless on Cathay, yes, if Cathay wins this game, the stream is over. If Kislev wins this game, the stream will carry on. Was it the meta in AoE 4? I have no idea what the meta was. I just know Turin was playing some of it, and I popped in from time to time, but I wasn't paying too much attention to AoE 4. Exploit. Yeah, but I stopped following it, and I think that was a fiction. I'm very nostalgic for 2 plus busy. I see. Same player base as Warhammer 3. I think if Immortal Empires, the old gang goes back to again, I'll just miss things like the Lotus streams. Yeah, you were a big fan of Lotus Moon streams. I never really got into that. I remember Lotus and I fought once when I was a new player. And, like, not fought in the game, like, fought in the text chat. But I've acknowledged since then that I was a new player and I had a lot of incorrect opinions, and he was probably right. I still think he was mean, but that's fine. Lotus was interesting. We all know we have to play a Dawn of War and make a Dawn of War end ladder. I'm not really interested in Dawn of War. I know a lot of the other Warhammer streamers are covering it right now, but it's just not... I don't know. I just don't feel like it. Stealing money from you, isn't that what marriage is? We're not married, Cyrus. Alright. Builds are very different this time around. So, Cathay is going with a little bit more of a standard build from Rinless here. We have Peasant Longspear and we have Jade Warriors in a nice friendly circle. We have 4 Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen. He's going with the same build as he took against Khorne, but against Kislev. Interesting. 1 Cannon, Astromancer, Dragon-Blooded Shugan, and Lord of Yin. On the other side, we have Costified Dervishes for Zep. We do have 2 Heavy War Sleds and a Patriarch to heal them up. An Ice Witch of Ice of Tempest? What? Zep, what are you doing? Gust of True Flight, sure, but the Hawks of Niska is terrible. Zep, what are you doing, dude? Gets to the finals? He's just taking all these wild builds. Alright, Armored Kossars across the front line. Back line is a bunch of Kossars with arrows. And we have a little Grom. Ever think of doing a co-stream with anybody else? I've done a few. I've done a few here and there. Co-streamed with Flying Taco once. That was kind of funny. But Dactor offered to do it in the chat. I have a co-stream with Platypus coming up next Monday, not tomorrow. I have a co-stream with Dante for a very silly tournament Thursday that we kind of talked about, but it's a typing speed tournament that'll be funny. Co-cast with Murphaler a few times. I've co-cast with Logic a few times. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. Co-casts are fun. Me and Hubby will co-stream. I see it now, it's glorious. Sure, Matt, sure. Let's do it. Alright. The battle has started. It is 1 Grand Cannon of Cathay versus Little Grom, who has the Gust of True Flight, giving him some accuracy and range. And how's that range serving him? Okay. Meanwhile, Shugi Lord of Yin flies up, flies away, thinks about it. Lots of co-stream. And I did co-stream some the campaign with Intensity, yes. And its chat was great at shit-talking Red Boy. Yeah, they were big fans of how bad I was at the campaign. They loved me. I want to co-cast with Ice again when he graduates. Ice Power and I would be a bad co-casting duo because he hates me. No, he doesn't hate me. I don't actually know how Ice feels about me. I don't know. We've had disagreements in the past, but I don't know if he holds those as grudges. These war sleds are not having a great time as one dies as we watch them. Rip in peace. And this ranged fight is not going well for Kislev. They're now starting to move up, but it might be a little late, as one Little Grom is struggling super hard to take out the Grand Cannon. And the Classified Dervish suicide run has happened, but it looks like he's attacking the Celestial Dragon Guard, not the cannons. The Celestial Dragon Guard have 95 armor, they have 32 melee defense. They're going to be just fine. I don't think that's going to work, unfortunately. Hate makes for great content. Shugi Lord is going to dive down onto Little Grom and summon some Ancestral Warriors to bother him, but Little Grom could just roll away Sonic style and try to get out of here. And Zep's even going to throw out Hawks of Miska. Interesting. It's a vortex, so it goes wherever it wants, so it's just going to leave. But it's not cheap either. How much is that spell? 13. Ugh, 13! Ice doesn't hate you, he just shows affection by insulting people. He's very Cinderay. That's a good reference, Jay. That's a good reference. Do one with Tube Man? Bob Man? Bob Man hates me for sure. For sure. For sure. Every time we hang out, he's like, Human boy, I hate you. And I'm like, yeah. That was a weird looking cannonball. But yeah, heavy war sleds, that one's almost dead. It's down to 2 models. And very, very low on health. We have a full health heavy war sled, a full health Patriarch. The Kislev front line is just now getting here, but they've been harassed this whole way. Little Grom's been firing. The Snow Leopard summon comes out from the Ice Witch of Tempest, and it's fighting Ancestral Warriors. It feels brutal. Feels brutal. 2 Grand Cannons still left. And Little Grom's about half ammo. And we do have some archers in here, but the Celestial Dragon Crossman will just delete Cossars on the archer trade. They are not going to have a good time at all. Quick little Storm of Shadows upgraded, just slows this whole blob by almost half. Delaying them mostly. Rinless is fine with the current trade going on. He really doesn't want the heavy war sleds involved. He doesn't even want to kill them at this moment. He just doesn't want them involved because his archers are doing just fine. He doesn't want them disrupted is the main point. Quick little Thunderbolt, and I think Kislev is off to a quick doom. That Snow Leopard's going to fade. Little Grom's moving up a bit. Their front line is getting deleted. A quick Hawks of Miska cast, but it's just doing no damage. Just none. I hate it. I hate that spell. It's a bad spell. For some reason, he still refuses to acknowledge Void as his PF. Yeah. Renless is making LS look OP. He is. He is. Alright, heavy war sleds are finally engaged. They are trying to shut some stuff down, and they are being disruptive, but I just don't think there's anything to follow it up. Little Grom here is shooting his best shot, but he's not really doing too much. There's 1 Kossar that's healthy, there's an armored Kossar that's healthy, and there's these sleds, and that is it. That is the entire army left for Kislev. That's just not going to be enough. Heavy war sleds getting ground down at the moment. It looks like just a million spears, and even some of the Celestial Dragon Crossbow are beating him over melee. They're down to 2 models all of a sudden as they get shot by these other Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen who do so much damage. And I think that is going to be a GG. It's almost like everyone should join LS. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Celestial Dragon Crossbows are just shooting in. I wonder if they all shoot the Patriarch, how much damage they'll do. Let's see. Let's find out. There comes a volley. Doing a lot of good damage, plus the Shugi Lord. Here comes another volley. A lot of them miss because of the animation. Yeah, they're deleting some kids, though. They're out here. They're working. 2,000 value. 1,300. Oh, my God. 2,000 value. Okay, Celestial Dragon Crossmen are just the way to go. Jesus. What do I want to call this? Ice Hawks. No, Dick! I didn't save it in time. I want to save the replay. I want to save the replay! Ice Hawks. I want to review that spell and see if it's worth making a video about, but it just does literally no damage. It's so bad. Okay. You're as subtle as a mammoth. Matt, it's almost like you like Norska, and you want us to know about that. War Sled's getting shut down today. which I'm sure Coops is happy about. All the war sleds today that we've seen have just been getting murked. Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen, all getting great value, honestly, except for, I guess, that one, but he still seemed pretty healthy. Jade Warriors didn't have to do very much. And, yeah, that was a good one. Those were a bit too bad on my end. Except, it happens. You had a good series versus Bob, man. Rinless carries LS except for in Dom. Dom is my zone, and I'm in it too. And you're in LS. I see. Cheerleader is my zone, and I am too. Yeah, Zep, you had a good showing today. You had a good showing. Everybody, y'all did great. Y'all did wonderfully. I had, honestly, an excellent time streaming with you all today. Sometimes Warhammer 3 streams are a bit of a chore because viewership's so low, but we had good viewership, really good interaction today. Saw some new faces around. I hope if you haven't been around that you want to subscribe. Kiara, do I want to play? I have been streaming for 4 hours straight. I want to take a break. But thank you for offering. You are very nice. And I hope you're feeling better. For anybody who's here, yeah, just subscribe. That'd be nice of you. We have a Patreon if you want to support that. You don't have to. It's just new. We also have a board game. We have a book. Investigate those things. Join our Discord. Yada, yada. The whole spiel if you enjoy this type of content. And that's what I got. My bad if it's not the place to ask, but for a campaign scrub, what's the best way to start PvPing? I can help you with that. I've made a few videos on it, BH. But one of the best ways is to go to campaign. If you play a campaign, Warhammer 2 or Warhammer 3, it doesn't matter. The main point is you click on campaign. Cyrus, you have a good night as well. Pick whatever faction you want, doesn't matter. And then in the difficulty settings, you want campaign to be legendary, and you want battles to be normal. Why do you want campaign to be legendary and battles normal? Because legendary will give you a lot of enemies, keep the campaign interesting and hard, and then in battle, you can't save scum, so you can't manual save and do that stuff. And you can't pause the battle and issue orders. You also can't slow down the battle and issue orders. So it forces you to play the game in real time or faster if you want to, but that's fine. So it gets your micro skills up, helps with that kind of thing. And the battle difficulty on normal is not because you're a scrub and a loser noom. It's not because of that. It is because very hard and hard actually fuck you over because they'll teach you incorrectly. They'll teach you that, oh, ranged unit spam is great, and melee units are all trash, cavalry's trash, cycle charging's trash, that kind of thing. Whereas normal difficulty, you can get a feel for, oh, okay, Jade Lancers trade well against Saber Tusk packs, and they trade poorly against Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, or like, you know, Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are really good at killing archers, they're not good at taking down single entities. Like, it gives you a good feel for how the units will actually perform multiplayer. Not perfect, but good. So, it's a good combination of challenging, but educational enough. It forces you to use good micro and know the matchups well. And that'll get you ready for multiplayer, right? Or just play. The other thing is just play, and you could join new communities like... take you over to my screen for a second here. So that's the campaign route. If you don't want to go the campaign route, you could join my Discord. The Vermin League does have a lot of newer players in it that are just having a good time. Or you could join Logic's Shortbeard League. He's a different Discord group, but he's a content creator, and he has a Shortbeard League, which is exclusively for newer players. So yeah, there's a lot of good communities for that kind of thing. I can post the invite to Logic's and my own in the chat. So that would be his. He's another good content creator. And this would be mine, which I think Cyrus already did. But I'll post again. But Cyrus up there did great. See you, Daniel. See you, Zep. Join the Discords. Chasing Rainbows. Hi, how's it going? It is just ending, my friend. Goodbye. Yeah, Cyrus, you already did it because you're great and I suck. What does my brother have to say? New Swain is fun. I like him. He's already off meta type. Good. That's my brother. Everyone say hi to He Hate Me. We talk about League of Douchebags. Goodbye! Goodbye forever.